members, before we proceed with the business of the day, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome a new member who has just been sworn in today, and that is the Honorable Z.V. Ngaka. Order, members. I have had the opportunity and the missed opportunity to welcome also another member from the EFF, remember, who was not in the house. I am just being consistent. I'm welcoming that member. She is around. She was sworn in today. I want to therefore continue and to ask if there is any member who wishes to make a notice of a motion. The Honorable Nikilakis.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move that Council debates South Africa's disregard of a warrant of arrest issued by the International Criminal Court against President al-Bashir of Sudan. By doing so, South Africa has violated its commitments as a signatory to the Rome Statute and further ignored the implementation of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, Act 27 of 2002. By its failure to honour their international commitments, the ANC government not only proved that they cannot be trusted by our friends in the international community, it has also contributed to damage our nation's credibility in all international affairs and our reputation, won in 1994, of a nation fully committed to basic human rights. And finally, noting that the only way to restore our nation's credibility is to recommit to protecting international human rights, respecting the rule of law and the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court, to which we are a member, and rebuild trust with the South African people. I so move.
Thank you. Is there any member who wishes to make any other motion? Notice, Honorable Groenewald.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I wish to move a notice of a motion that the Council knows that the Democratic Alliance is concerned about the potential outcome of the wage negotiation currently take place between South African gold producers and the 4 major unions representing nearby of nearly 94,000 miners. Notes that the wage negotiation come at a time when the sustainability of the gold sector is under threat. The Democratic Alliance will follow the negotiation intensively to ensure that the agreements are reached which are mutually beneficial to both workers and industry, so that the livelihood of miners will not only be sustained, but that the economy and job opportunities for all South Africans continue to grow. I so move.
Thank you, sir. Any other member with a notice of a motion? None. We continue. Is there any member here who wishes to move a motion without notice? Please hold your hands. I'm going to start this way and end that way. I'm noting you. Okay. The Honorable Chief Whip.
Chairperson of Council, thank you very much. I hereby move without notice that the Council, 1, knows with sadness the passing away of Mrs. Nontutuzelo Deborah Khai, mother of Honorable Khai, on Monday, 15th June, after a long illness. 2, further note that Mrs. Khai was a factory worker in a pineapple company and is leaving behind 2 children, 7 grandchildren, and 5 great-grandchildren. 3, Also note that the funeral will take place on Friday, 26th June at the Assemblies of God Church in Highway, Mtanzane. Lastly, therefore wish to send our heartfelt condolences to Honorable Khai, the rest of the family in this difficult time of bereavement. I so move, Chairperson of Council.
Is there any objection to this motion? None agreed to. We move on to the Honorable Wana.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon. Motion without notice. I hereby move without notice that the council note the sadness of an tragic accident claimed 3 old people happened on Monday, 8th of June in Flagstaff in Koposo area. Further note that one of elderly people whose life was taken by that accident is a relative to Honorable Ngaka and is her aunt. Also note that the two were badly injured and they were still in the ICU in Nelson Mandela Hospital, and the aunt of Honorable Ngaka was laid to rest on the 20th of June. Our prayers and condolences to the bereaved family and well wishes to our Honorable Member Ngaka and family. I so move.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any objection to this motion? None, it is agreed to. The Honorable Makwe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On behalf of the ANC, I hereby move without notice that the Council notes with concern that 2 people, referred to as stowaways, managed to board the British Airways Boeing 747 flight from Johannesburg to London's Heathrow Airport on Wednesday, the 17th of June. Also notes that one of the stowaways managed to survive the flight from Johannesburg to London by clinging to the undercarriage of the aircraft, but the other died when he reportedly fell from the undercarriage when the plane readied for landing over London City. Further notes that the 2 stowaways are not yet identified, and one of them is at the West London Hospital in a serious condition. Therefore, call on the Airports Company of South Africa, together with the South African Police Services, to investigate the matter and establish the facts relating to the incident, and further intensify the security at all South African airports to prevent not only such acts, but the unauthorized accesses. I so move.
Thank you, sir. Is there any objection to this motion? None, it is agreed to. The Honorable Mmabing.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move without notice that the Council notes and celebrates the triumph of solidarity that came from progressive humanity and all freedom-loving people worldwide, and pay homage to the Cuban patriots as a true representation of revolutionary sacrifice and selflessness. Further notes that in a society such as ours, we have learned through the example of Cuba that no man is an island, and it is in the interest of the oppressed everywhere to build solidarity as an indispensable ingredient of the recipe of struggle and liberation, and knows that the Cuban Five, together with their people, played a pivotal role in the battles for liberation in Africa. Also know that today South Africa and Cuba still enjoy good relations, where our people learn and acquire different expertise from the latter, and many of the Cuban professionals that include doctors, engineers, coming and pay their service in South Africa. Therefore, commend the Cubans for their unwavering support and selflessness to South Africa and Africa at large. I so move.
Thank you, sir. Is there any objection to this motion? None. Agreed to. The Honorable Faber.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move that on 1st April 2015, Eskom is going to have a price increase of 12.69. If NERSA grants Eskom the extra 12.61% on 1st August 2015 for the next 8 months of this financial year, it becomes effective at 18.92% increase if you put these two together. Thus, the increase from 1st August to the 2015 to 31 March 2016 will be 12.69%, and this with the 18.92% will then become 31.61%. This extra diesel cost of 11 billion to keep South Africa from total darkness should be seen in perspective of the savings of 11.4 billion of the past 2 years on coal, while these coal power plants were being serviced. Eskom has no consideration Eskom has not considered the affordability to the economy and to the electricity customers. The customer are now paying for the mistake Eskom's made by not maintaining power stations as it should. The DA asked NERSA to carefully reconsider this application by Eskom and not to bring our economy and consumers to their knees. I so move.
Is there any objection to this motion? The motion I objected to, therefore it is not carried. The Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. On behalf of the African National Congress, I hereby move without notice that the Council notes that 87-year-old ANC stalwart, Mrs. Junata Hudson from Grassy Park, passed away on the 15th of June after having a flu and was buried on Saturday, 20th of June. Further notes that Mrs. Holston coordinated and participated in the protest action against the tri-camera parliamentary system that was introduced by the apartheid government in the early 80s. Also notes that Mrs. Holston, who is leaving behind her husband and 4 children, was a fierce campaigner for human rights. Therefore, send our heartfelt condolences to the family and wish them the strength in this difficult time. I so move.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any objection to this motion? None. It is carried. The Honorable Climby.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the African National Congress, I hereby move without notice that the Council knows that a spate of burglaries at Joslovo High School in Khayelitsha has left its principal fuming and directing his anger to the Western Cape Education Department. Further notes that Mr. Majid Parker says that the department is not fixing the school and instead come to observe and take pictures. Also notes that the school governing body, Secretary Mr. Vusumzi Maobe, also expressed anger at the department for making no attempts to secure the school. Therefore, call on Western Cape Education Department to tighten security around the school, as it is only one of the 2 schools that offers engineering subjects in Khayelitsha. I so move.
Thank you, sir. Is there any objection to this motion? None. The Honorable Prince.
Chairperson, I hereby move without notice that the Council notes that the DA Councillor in the City of Cape Town, Mr. Willie Japta, wrote an official letter to the High Court seeking clemency for a convicted murder. Further notes that Mr. Riaz Dennis, for who Councillor Japta sought clemency, was convicted on 13 charges including murder, incitement to murder, illegal possession of firearms, and racketeering. Also notes that Judge Fortuyn found it absolutely shocking that an elected representative could offer a good word for a person guilty of serious crimes and included murder. Therefore, condemn the action of Councillor Japta and call on the DA to show their support for the victims of gangsterism by dismissing this councillor immediately. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any objection to this motion? Motion has been objected to. Both the motions from the Honorable Prince and the Honorable Baba were objected to. Therefore, these motions now become notices, will now be converted to notices of motion. Honorable members, is there any other member who wishes to make a motion without notice? None. We then proceed, and we now come to the motion on the order paper as printed in the name of the Chief Whip.
Thank you once more, Chair. I move that Rule 239, subsection 1, which provides inter alia that the consideration of a bill may not commence before at least 3 working days have lapsed since the committee's report was tabled, be suspended for the purpose of consideration of the Criminal Law Amendment Act, Amendment Bill B18B, stroke 2014. I move accordingly, Chair.
Honorable members, as I do not have any speakers list, I shall now put the question. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I'm hoping that all members have logged on to their systems. Have all members logged on to their systems? Thank you. I shall then, in accordance to Rule 71, first allow provinces the opportunities to make declarations of their votes, if they so wish. Is there any province that wishes to make such a declaration? None? If that is the case, we shall proceed to the voting on the question, and I shall do this in alphabetical order per province. The heads of delegations will vote by pressing in favor if they agree, against if they are against, or abstain buttons. I proceed to call upon the Eastern Cape to vote. Will the Free State vote?
The system isn't allowing me.
Did you log in, Honorable Member?
I've tried to log in, but doesn't reflect. Can I vote?
Did all the other members log on? Do they work? Perfect. Northern Cape says it doesn't. Eastern Cape says it doesn't.
The system.
Okay. Let's do it then. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape speak is in favor.
The Free State?
Free State is in favor.
Gauteng?
Gauteng agrees.
KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal stem some.
Limpopo?
Limpopo yayidumela mdulesitu.
Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga iyavuma sihlalo.
Northern Cape?
Cape agrees.
Northwest?
Northwest supports, Chair.
Western Cape?
Western Cape agrees. Western Cape agrees.
Thank you. The question has therefore been unanimously agreed to. Therefore, the motion has been agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Secretary, please read the first order of the day.
Consideration of Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act Amendment Bill, B18B 2014, and report of Select Committee on Security and Justice thereon.
Thank you, ma'am. The Honorable Quimby.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm here to present a report of the Select Committee on Security and Justice on the Criminal Law, Sexual Offence and Related Matters Amendment Act, Amendment Bill B18, Bill 2014, Section 75, which is dated 18th June 2015. Chairperson, the amendment bill aims to give effect to the two separate judgments of the Constitutional Court judgments, namely the Madibeng Clinic for Abused Children versus the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development and others, 2013 ZACC 35, which is the Madibeng case, and J, versus the National Director of Public Prosecutions and others, 2014 ZACC, which is the J case. Chairperson, the court found that the criminalization of consensual sexual acts between two adolescents is unconstitutional. The term child, for the purposes of Section 15 and 16, is defined as a person 12 years or older, but under the age of 16 years. The proposed amendment of Section 15 and 16 aims to introduce a close-in age gap in respect of 16 years and 17-year-old children, where they engage in consensual sexual acts with adolescents children. The provision for the prosecution of both children for the crime of consensual sexual penetration of a child between the age of 12 and 16 was deleted. The amendment bill further aims to amend Section 50(2)(a) by the introduction of a proposed new paragraph C, in terms of which a court will have discretion to determine whether the particulars of a person who was younger than 18 years at the time of the commission of sexual offense should be included in the National Register for sex offenders or not. Therefore, Chairperson, the recommendation of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered the subject of the criminal law, sexual offenses and related matters, Amendment Act Bill B18B 2014, Section 75, referred to it, reports that it has agreed to the bill without proposed amendment. Thank you, Chairperson.
We only had the chairperson of the committee on the speakers list. This concludes the debate, and I have to put the question. The question is that this bill be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 63, I shall now first allow political parties to make their declarations if they so wish. The Honorable Mikilaikas, the Honorable Mtileni, the Honorable Nzimande, in that order, please. Honorable members, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, this bill seeks to amend the current legal position to ensure that children of certain ages are not held criminally liable for engaging in consensual sexual acts with each other, to give presiding officers a discretion in deciding whether the particulars of children should be included in the National Register of Sex Offenders on an individual basis, as well as the procedure for children in applying to have their names removed from this register where the terms of this bill applies. The bill has been met with some controversy and concerns, especially from religious groups. However, there is wide consensus that regardless of any moral objections thereto, it is unjust that consensual sex between minors should be criminalized and thereby jeopardizing minors' futures and prospects of future success through punitive legislation for having consensual sex. The key word here is consensual sex, and a provision is included indicating that the sexual consent as it envisaged in the bill is only applicable to minors between the ages of 12 and 16. Alternatively, where one of the minors is 16 or 17 years of age, the age difference does not exceed 2 years. This bill seeks to give effect to two constitutional court cases, namely the Teddy Bear case and the J case, where it is important, which is also rather important, that such fundamental constitutional court decisions should find effect in our national legislation. It should be clearly stated that sex without mutual consent, as well as sex between minors which fall outside the scope of this bill, still remains a criminal offence. The DA supports the bill.
Thank you, sir. The Honourable Mtileni. You have 3 minutes, sir.
1 minute is already gone, Chair.
You have 3 minutes, sir.
The ANC has been in power for the past 21 years, but still they are unable to develop bills and legislations that are constitutional and of acceptable quality. The bill is one of the many that have been sent back to this House because it is unconstitutional. The EFF is of a strong belief that children need to be supported by their parents, caregivers, and adults in their lives to enable them to make healthy choices about relationships and the correct timing of engaging in sexual activities. Criminalizing adolescents for engaging in developmentally normal behavior is an extreme measure that prevents them from approaching their parents, educators, social workers, nurses, and other support people for guidance, information, contraception, and treatment of STIs and HIV. For that reason, we support this amendments bill. Sexual activity amongst young people is a matter of moral righteousness, and we believe that we cannot legislate righteousness. You need strong family units to do so. To develop our children into strong young adults who take responsibility for their sex lives requires comprehensive sex education programs, which have been shown to contribute in delaying sexual initiation and reduce likelihood of teen pregnancy. But providing conditions that are conducive for proper rearing up for children requires consistent parental supervision. The reality in South Africa is that a sizable number of black parents spend most of their time rearing up their children for their white madams, leaving very little time to supervise and educate their own children. The social conditions that young black people grow under, therefore, are a direct result of the limited economic opportunities for black people, which leads parents leaving their own children unsupervised in order to go and serve their bosses. The government should open up economic opportunities in areas where our people live, giving parents and children opportunities to educate each other about sex and the risks involved thereof. Thank you.
The Honourable Nzimande.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The African National Congress supports the bill, Chair, informed by its own commitments to social cohesion and family values, and that the court order as it is, the African National Congress view it as not ordering the change of the moral fiber of our society to allow young children of that age even to engage on consensual sex, because we believe that in building a nation you need responsible people, and therefore the African National Congress urges communities to take care of their children for the future of our own country. We support the bill, Chair, not because the bill has any errors. It has no errors in itself, the original bill as it is, but that it has been amended on the purpose we've highlighted and was highlighted on the statement that was read by the chairperson of the committee. We further say, Chair, as the African National Congress, say that our commitment to create conducive conditions for a poor child in poor conditions and poor circumstances be turned around as we transform and build the infrastructure that allows for a better life for all, that allows for quality life and sustainable livelihoods in the vicinities and the environment that the poor people are living in, so as to be able to change around their lives and the lives of the children, get better the conditions of workers, that they are able to be with their children in good time and offer them good guidance and decent education, decent livelihoods, and an environment that allows them to play and grow as children, so as not to commit actions or conducts that are unacceptable for a good and a conducive society. I thank you, Chair. We support the bill.
Thank you, sir. Honorable members, we proceed to vote. Have all members logged into their systems? Eastern Cape and Northern Cape, your systems, are you logged in? We shall then proceed to vote on the question. Members will press the in favor, or the against, or the abstain buttons. Proceed to vote, members. Those who are agreed that this be agreed to, press in favor. Those who are against, and the abstainers abstain. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The Honorable Van Lingen.
Honorable Chair, I'm normally very clued up with the electronics here, but mine says in favor 4, and I have voted, and I'm sure 4 is not the total sum of the votes. So I'm not sure whether it counted my vote as 4.
In favor is yes. Oh, that means you will be counted as yes. Yes. The Honorable Mtileni?
Also, my system is bugger-upping me up here. But I think I'm voting in favor, as you heard.
Okay.
So the system is not.
All right. Yeah. Honorable Tlaken Makwe?
Chairperson, my thing is not going.
Your thing. Are you against or for?
I am in favor.
In favor, Honorable Makwe, do you have the same problem? Okay. The Honorable Mtileni and Honorable Tlake's systems were not helping them, but both of them say they voted for. Have all the members voted, including the 3 members who had queries? Voting has been closed. Can I get? Thank you very much. Honorable members, 36 members voted in favor, 0 members voted against, 0 members voted abstained. So the question has been agreed to. I then wish to proceed. Secretary, please read the second order of the day.
Consideration of report of Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, oversight visit to Madibeng, local municipality in terms of section 139(1)(b) of the Constitution, 1996, dated 10 June 2015.
The Honorable Mohapi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Chief Whip, Minister, Deputy Ministers, Members of Parliament present here today, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery. Chair, on the 5th of February 2014, during a special meeting of the Northwest Provincial Executive Council, a resolution was taken to invoke the provision of Section 139, subsection 1B of the Constitution in the Madibeng local municipality. The intervention was effective from the 5th of February 2014 for a minimum period of 6 months and a maximum period of 12 months. The motivation of the intervention was based on the following. One, evident signs of poor administration and governance which affected the financial status of the municipality, as well as service delivery, resulting in the unfortunate death of 4 members of the community during a service delivery protest. Failure by the council to implement the recommendations of the ministerial task team appointed by the former Minister of COCTA, which included taking disciplinary action against councillors and officials implicated in a number of administrative and financial irregularities. The current executive mayor, speaker, and council whip, who had replaced the previous office bearers in January 2014, had failed to make an undertaking the implementation of the recommendations of the ministerial task team. The view of the Minister of COCTA was that the challenges in Madibeng local municipality could be addressed by providing support to the municipality in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution. To that end, the Department of COCTA had already begun providing the municipality with a ministerial support team. The intervention was then disapproved. In its deliberation, the Select Committee resolved to end the intervention based on the following substantive evidence. While acknowledging that there were evident signs of poor administration and governance which affected the financial status of the municipality, as well as service delivery, these challenges could still be addressed by providing support to the municipality in terms of Section 154, subsection 1 of the Constitution, instead of invocation of Section 139, subsection 1B of the Constitution. The municipality had started to implement the ministerial task team report, starting with the institution of disciplinary proceedings against the municipal manager, chief operating officer, and the acting corporate service manager, and these officials had already been placed on precautionary suspension. The municipality had developed a plan with the Department of Water Affairs and Water to address the water crisis in Madibeng. The NCOP by then took note of the report by the ministerial task team and made its own determination based on the provision of Section 139, subsection 2B, Roman alphabet 1 of the Constitution. The current intervention chair, in its meeting of the 18th of March 2015, the Northwest Provincial Executive Council resolved to invoke Section 139, subsection 1B of the Constitution due to water and sanitation services in Madibeng local municipality. The Northwest Province is one of the hardest hit provinces when it comes to the water supply services, a situation which hampers the ability of the municipalities to effectively provide sanitation services to communities. By virtue of its geographic distribution, it is located in relatively dry climatic conditions with a low to medium average annual rainfall. Most of its municipalities have to contend with the greatest water challenge and need. Over a considerable period, Madibeng local municipality has thus been experiencing a chronic water supply and sanitation problems, resulting into widespread community service delivery protest. The reasons for placing the municipality under Section 139, subsection 1B include, amongst others, among other reasons, the following. 1, poor water and sanitation services provision, which often resulted in water supply disruptions. 2, poor water quality. 3, poor maintenance and operations of water and sanitation infrastructure. 4, uneven provision of services to communities. 5, project delays due to prolonged procurement processes and possible fraud and corruption. The MEC responsible for local government and human settlement reports that in seeking to maximize functional coordination and intergovernmental support has engaged the Minister of Water Affairs and Sanitation. As a consequence, the department will now, during the period of intervention, deploy technical expertise and capacity for the smooth implementation of the water supply and sanitation turnaround delivery. The intervention is meant for a minimum period of 6 months and a maximum period of 12 months. The intervention will focus mainly on the effective delivery of water and sanitation services as follows. 1, planning and prioritization of infrastructure programs and projects on water and sanitation and other services in line with the IDP. Allocation of the budget of water and sanitation programs and projects, overseeing the procurement of goods and services in relation to water and sanitation services, management of the project management unit, monitoring and overseeing of the water and sanitation project and programs. In its oversight visit to the municipality on the 21st of April 2015, the Select Committee observed that the municipality had reported high levels of debtors per services related to water, electricity, property rates, sanitation, and refuse removal. The major debtors owning the municipality per customer group categorized included government, business, and household. During the same oversight, the Select Committee made a site visit to Brett's water treatment plant. In terms of the current capacity of the plant, supplies 60 megaliters of water per day, whereas the demand is 80 megaliters. However, a contractor was on site in expanding the capacity of the plant to 80 megaliters by 2018. Aging infrastructure was cited as the major reason why the municipality struggled to meet its water demands. The aging infrastructure did not only affect the provision of water, but also the quality of water. The infrastructure has exceeded its lifespan and is also too costly to maintain, especially with the municipality experiencing financial difficulty. The upgrade of the Brett's water treatment plant will not only improve the capacity of water provision, but will also promote or improve the quality as well. As part of the project, the ozone purification system, which could see the municipality receiving a blue drop status, will be installed. The ozone purification system is a system used to kill bacteria found in water and is used by many municipalities throughout the world. Although progress has been made by the municipality in respect of water and sanitation, the municipality is still experiencing challenges related to non-payment of bulk account as a result of current cash flow pressures. Considering Resolution 64/292 of the United Nations General Assembly explicitly recognized the human right to water and sanitation, and also acknowledging that clean drinking water and sanitation are essential to realization of all human rights, the Select Committee therefore recommends as follows: that 1, the NCOP approves the intervention in terms of Section 139, subsection 1B of the Constitution in Madibeng Local Municipality. 2, that the Northwest MEC of Local Government and Human Settlement should table quarterly progress report to the NCOP and the provincial legislature on the status of the intervention in the municipality, including the challenges encountered. 3, that the Northwest MEC of Local Government and Human Settlement should table the termination report of this intervention, including the Section 154 support provided to the municipality. This report should be submitted to the NCOP and the Northwest Provincial Legislature. In conclusion, Chairperson, representatives for organized labor, political parties, women, and new formations in Madibeng Local Municipality are unanimously in welcoming the invocation of Section 139, subsection 1B of the Constitution by the Northwest Provincial Executive Council. One other critical concern that the Select Committee wanted the municipality to address was the need to ensure that there was adequate public participation processes and platforms to ensure that people's wishes are represented in decisions and policies that municipality takes. On progress thus far, the municipality has already completed construction of the new reservoir and bulk pipeline in Hebron or Habalatsane for direct supply to consumers. With regard to the money owed to Eskom, the municipality has already made arrangements to repay the national power supply, including plans to repay other creditors. The importance of improving revenue collection would also improve their budget allocation, and that can help the municipality to provide more services that it currently does. The municipality is currently owed in excess of 1 billion by customers ranging from household, government, and business. An improved collection rate could increase the percentage base which will be used to allocate their own revenue. I thank you, Chair.
That concludes the debate. I shall now put the question, and the question is that the report be agreed to. I shall, in accordance to Rule 71, first allow the provinces, if they so wish, to make declarations of vote. Is there any province that wishes to make a declaration? None? We then proceed to the voting on the question. And I shall do this in alphabetical order. The heads of delegations will vote by pressing in favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, KZN, KwaZulu-Natal, have you voted? Limpopo. I want you to use the system Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, Northwest, Western Cape. All provinces have voted. And I'm waiting for the results. We are informed that all provinces except Limpopo voted electronically. Limpopo did not use the electronics but indicated that they were in favor. So all 9 provinces voted in favor, which then means that in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution, the question has been agreed to. The Secretary will read the 3rd order of the day.
Consideration of report of Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Oversight visit to Ngaka, Modiri, Molema District Municipality in terms of Section 139(1)(b) of the Constitution, 1996, dated 10 June 2015.
The Honorable Mmabing.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, once again. Chair, allow me to present on behalf of the committee, Select Committee of COCTA, the report that was tabled on the 17th of June 2015. Chair, there's been several interventions invoked in Ngaka, Modiri, Molema District Municipality since 2009, including the dissolution of council recently in September 2014 in terms of Section 139, subsection 1C of the Constitution. The main issues identified by the provincial executive to dissolve the then Municipal Council of Ngaka, Modiri, Molema related to the following: 1, failure by the political leadership of the municipality to provide leadership and exercise oversight and not take ownership or acting on the irregularities in the administration of the municipality. Failure by the municipality to provide quality service to the residents of Ngaka, Modiri, Molema in line with the powers and functions. Failure to implement programs and projects relating to infrastructure programs for water and sanitation services. Poor administration of service delivery related programs, poor infrastructure spending, poor monitoring of projects and programs, poor integration and coordination of infrastructure and other programs with the local municipalities as the Water Services Authority in terms of the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act number 2005. Failure by the Municipal Council to act on the alleged maladministration, fraud and corruption. Failure by the district municipality to provide support for the local municipalities in terms of Section 88 of the Municipal Structures Act of 1998. Failure by the district municipality to comply with applicable legislation and regulation governing the local sphere of government, that is the Municipal Systems Act, Municipal Systems Amendment Act of 2011, Municipal Structures Act, and MFMA. Chair, the Constitutional Court, in terms of the court judgment, handed down a judgment on the 18th of November 2014 in case involving the decision of the Northwest Provincial Executive Council to dissolve the Ngaka, Modiri, Molema District Municipality and to appoint Mr. K. Nair as administrator of the municipality. The municipality applied to the Northwest High Court in Mahikeng to review and set aside the decision to dissolve it. The municipality also sought a temporary interdict to prevent the administrator from interfering in the municipality's affairs and for the suspension of the decisions to dissolve it pending finalization of the review application. Relying on this court decision in National Treasury and Others versus Opposition to Urban Toiling Alliance and Others 2012, ZAC 18, the High Court dismissed the temporary interdict application. It found that the municipality, as district from individual municipal councillors, suffered no harm, let alone irreparable harm. The municipality appealed directly to the Constitutional Court against the decision of the High Court not to grant the temporary interdict application and for direct access for the review application. In its judgment, the court dismissed the application for leave to appeal. It emphasized that the agency lies in ensuring the immediate provision of basic sanitation, water and other services to the affected communities and not in restoring the status of municipal councillors to the position from which they complain they have been unjustly removed. the effect of dismissal of the application for leave to appeal against the refusal of the temporary interdict application by the Constitutional Court was that the lawfulness of the administrator's intervention in restoring services in Ngaka, Modiri, Molema District Municipality was beyond question. Chair, the Provincial Executive Council in Northwest Province resolved in its meeting on the 18th of March 2015 to invoke provisions of Section 139, subsection 1B of the Constitution in Ngaka, Modiri, Molema District Municipality on both water and sanitation, given the serious service delivery challenges in that district. It then resolved to rescind the resolution on the 18th of March 2015 and invoke Section 139, subsection 1B in the district municipality on all executive obligation of the council, except for passing of the IDP, budget, policies, and bylaws. This then automatically includes the function of water and sanitation and all other executive obligations of the district council. This decision was taken in the Provincial Executive Council meeting of the 29th April 2015. The intervention was effectively from the 1st of May 2015 for a minimum period of 6 months to a maximum period of 12 months. The intervention to the district municipalities is as a result of the municipality's inability to deliver water and sanitation services to its residents in the areas of Ramotsera, Muilwa, Mahikeng, Tswaying, Ditsobotla local municipalities. This inability sparked violent service delivery protests, forcing the provincial government to take matters into its own hands to quell these challenges. The implication of invoking Section 139, subsection 1B is that the provincial government, in partnership with the Department of Water and Sanitation, assume control and responsibility of providing water services to the community of Ngaka, Modiri, Molema district. The problems facing the Ngaka, Modiri, Molema district municipality could be a thing of the past if the municipal council, organized labor, traditional leaders, the administration, and political parties could all work together instead of working against each other. Chairperson, considering the challenges in Ngaka, Modiri, Molema, the Select Committee on the 17th of June recommends the following to NCOP: that 1, the NCOP approves the intervention in Ngaka, Modiri, Molema district in terms of Section 139, subsection 1B of the Constitution. 2, that the Northwest Department of Local Government and Human Settlement, jointly with the South African Local Government Association, should assist in fast-tracking the processes of filling critical vacant positions in Ngaka, Modiri, Molema. That the Department of Local Government and Human Settlement in the Northwest should do a follow-up on the non-payment of stipends to traditional leaders in the district. The payment of stipend to traditional leaders will assist them in effectively playing their developmental role in their communities. The Northwest MEC for Local Government and Human Settlement should table quarterly progress report to the NCOP and the provincial legislature on the status of intervention in the district municipality, including the challenges encountered. The Northwest MEC of Local Government and Human Settlement should, after the expiry period of the intervention, immediately table the termination report of the intervention to the NCOP and the Northwest Provincial Legislature. In conclusion, Chair, Ngaka, Modiri, Molema District is experiencing governance and administrative challenges since the current term of local government 2011, and it has therefore derailed the service delivery to its constituent local municipalities. The situation can remain the same, and service delivery to our people should therefore be accelerated. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, sir. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. And I shall now put the question. The question is that the report be agreed to. In accordance to Rule 71, I shall first allow provinces, if they so wish, to make their declarations of vote. Is there any province which wishes to make any declaration? None. We shall now proceed to vote on the question, and I shall do so in alphabetical order. Heads of delegations will vote by pressing in favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape, the Free State, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, Northwest, Western Cape. All provinces have voted. All 9 provinces have agreed to the report. Thank you very much. Secretary will read the fourth order of the day.
Consideration of report of Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, oversight visit to Matlosana, local municipality in terms of Section 139, 1B of the Constitution, 1996, dated 10 June 2015.
The Honorable Mmabing.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Allow me once again to present before the NCOP the report as was tabled before the Select Committee on the 17th of June 2015. Chair, this is the report that has to do with Matlosana local municipality. Chair, on the 19th of March 2013, the Northwest Provincial Executive Council resolved to intervene in the affairs of Matlosana local municipality in terms of Section 139, subsection 1B of the Constitution. This intervention was intended to last for a minimum period of 6 months with effect from the 1st of April 2013. The intervention was as a result of initial problems which resulted in notices from Eskom and Midval Water Board to discontinue bulk services provision due to non-payment. The municipality's financial status was deteriorating, and this warranted an intervention from the provincial government to continue delivering services to the communities. The department had conducted a brief analysis of the financial status of the municipality, and the outcome of the analysis revealed the following. One, that the municipality was not collecting what is due for services rendered to consumers, and the debtors book is standing at about 960 million. There was a non-enforcement of debt collection and credit control policies as adopted by council. The municipality was using the revenue for the sale of electricity to subsidize other services that consumers are not paying. The municipality has numerous contractual obligations with consultants for services such as debt collection, meter reading, and other services that could be done internally. There was a lack of management and leadership capacity in the budget and treasury office, and this resulted in poor financial management and administration of the municipality's finances. Since the intervention team had never been to the municipality, and 5 months had passed since the intervention began, and no progress has been registered in the municipality, the NCOP by then disapproved the intervention in Matlosana local municipality. Chair, in terms of the current intervention, the Northwest Provincial Executive Council resolved in December 2014 to invoke Section 139, subsection 1B of the Constitution in Matlosana local municipality with effect from the 1st of January 2015. The intervention has been a consequence of an intervention that was invoked in the municipality in 2013 for a period of 12 months. The status of the municipality was such that the intervention of the financial management had not yielded much result in improving the cash flow, debt collection, internal control, and revenue management. The financial position of the municipality was continuing to deteriorate as the creditors, both Eskom and Midval, were increasing, and standing at just over 200 million and 50 million respectively. The debtors book stood at 1.1 billion, while supply chain management and poor internal control challenges are plunging the municipality into more problems. There's a reported poor administrative leadership on the part of senior managers, while the council is unable to exercise oversight over its administrative arm. Equally, the recent forensic audit initiated by the administrator has revealed numerous supply chain management irregularities which continue to be overlooked by both the accounting office and the council. Chair, besides taking over the executive powers of the council, the administrators duly appointed with effect from the 1st of January is tasked to assume the responsibility and accountability of the entire administration of the Matlosana local municipality in compliance with the Section 155 of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act, number 32 of 2000. He is currently being supported by a team of experts as part of measures to ensure realization of desired outcome. In particular, he is tasked to discharge the following objectives: managing, stabilizing, and improving governance and administration within the municipality, improving service delivery in the municipality by prioritizing water, road sanitation, and electricity services by including facilitation of new projects, unblocking of all project and maintenance of infrastructure, improving the financial controls in the municipality such as expenditure management, procurement processes, revenue enhancements, debt collection, as well as addressing Auditor General's report, analyzing the past and current investigations, commission of inquiry, forensic audits, and implementation of recommendations, attending to labor matters in the municipality on outstanding disciplinary cases, labor dispute, functionality of the local labor forum, and instill the culture of work and discipline amongst workers, facilitating the improvement of governance within council on matters related to council oversight role and relationship between the council and the administration, investigating all recently awarded contracts to establish validity and legitimacy thereof and terminate illegitimate ones. The municipality has been experiencing challenges relating to the absence of proper financial administrative system, including having no debt recovery plan in place. The municipality also has high vacancy rate in the management positions. This poses challenges as there is continued lack of accountability, leading to high levels of non-compliance. Although the municipality has moved from disclaimer audit opinion in terms of 2012-2013 audit findings to a qualified audit opinion in 2013-2014, the municipality still battled with debt collection, revenue enhancements, and creditor repayment. The municipality was owed 1.1 billion, and supply chain management problems and poor internal controls still persisted. The municipality was also in debt to Eskom and Midbal Water Board. The previous intervention should have addressed most of the municipality's financial challenges, but the problems continued. However, there has been some progress since the appointment of the administrator, especially in the reduction of overtime. Overtime claims have reduced from 3 million in January to just over 1.6 million in February this year. As the committee, we are of the opinion that this intervention by government should be viewed in the light of government's unwavering support to our municipalities to ensure that as a coal face of service delivery, they continue to deliver quality services to our communities, and as such, service delivery will not be interrupted. Chairperson, the recommendations of the Select Committee stands as follows: that 1, the NCOP approves the intervention in Matlosana local municipality in terms of section 139, subsection 1B of the Constitution. 2, that the Northwest Department of Local Government and Human Settlement, jointly with the South African Local Government Association, should assist in fast-tracking the process of filling critical vacant positions in Matlosana local municipality. 3, that the forensic investigations being conducted within the municipality should be fast-tracked and its investigations to be reported back to the Northwest MEC of Local Government and Human Settlement and the MEC for Finance. 4, that the Northwest MEC of Local Government and Human Settlement should table the forensic investigation report and the intervention exit report to the NCOP and the Northwest Provincial Legislature. Lastly, that the Northwest MEC of Local Government and Human Settlement should table quarterly progress report to the NCOP and the Provincial Legislature on the status of the intervention in the district, in the local municipality, including the challenges encountered. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, sir. Members, that concludes the debate. I shall now put the question. The question is that this report be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall allow for any province which wakes to make a declaration of their votes to do so. Is there any province that wishes to do so? None. We shall now proceed to voting on the question. And I shall put the question in the alphabetical order. Heads of delegations will vote in favor, against, or abstain. The Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, Northwest, and the Western Cape. All provinces have voted, and all 9 provinces have voted in favor. The Secretary will read the 5th and the 6th orders of the day.
Policy debate on budget vote number 39, Rural Development and Land Reform. Policy debate on budget vote number 29, Mineral Resources. Appropriation Bill B6 2015, National Assembly, Section 77.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable members, we welcome the ministers, the deputy ministers amongst us. And I have the honor to call on the Honorable Minister Nkwinti, Minister for Rural Development and Land Reform.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much for the honor. Please allow me to observe protocol instead of reading through to save my time. June this year is a very important year. Rather, it's a very important month for us. We use this month to commemorate two of the most emotional events in our history. Both of these events recall pain and suffering of the people of our country. But both also provide us with comfort, hope, and a sense of achievement. It is a month where we recall these events solemnly and with great dignity and pride. It was 60 years ago that the Freedom Charter was launched in that dusty town, Kliptown. This historical and groundbreaking document still serves as our moral compass today, our blueprint for a better, more just and equitable future. It remains now relevant as it was those 60 years ago. We remember the visionaries from all walks of life that contributed to this hallowed document for a better life for all South Africans. June is also the month where we commemorate and celebrate the heroism of our youth as driving forces for change. We recall with pride the young lions who nearly 40 years ago sacrificed their lives in learning so that the future generations might see true liberation and enjoy quality education. We are forever indebted to their commitment and bravery. These events are therefore forever etched in our minds as reminders of the needs, hopes, and aspirations of all our people, whom we have the honor and duty to serve to the best of our abilities. It is, in its preamble, the Freedom Charter says, South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. Clause 4 of the Charter says the following, I quote, "The land shall be shared among those who work it. Restrictions of land ownership on a racial basis shall be ended, and all the land redivided amongst those who work it, to banish famine and land hunger. The state shall help the peasants with implements, seed, tractors, and dams to save the soil and assist the tillers. Freedom of movement shall be guaranteed to all who work on the land. All shall have the right to occupy land wherever they choose. People shall not be robbed of their cattle, and forced labor and farm prisons shall be abolished." End quote. It is the responsibility of the democratic developmental state to translate this dictum into a socio-economic reality. As part of its work towards the installation of a democratic dispensation, the ANC developed the Ready to Govern document, which has 4 pillars, being the following: to strive for the achievement of the right of all South Africans as a whole to political and economic self-determination in a united South Africa, to overcome the legacy of inequality and injustice created by colonialism and apartheid in a swift, progressive, and principled way, to develop a sustainable economy and state infrastructure that will progressively improve the quality of all South Africans, and to encourage the flourishing of the feeling that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, to promote common loyalty to and pride in the country, and to create a universal sense of freedom and security within its borders. The Constitution of the Republic gives concrete expression to the Freedom Charter and the Ready to Govern document when it says in its preamble, "We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. We therefore, through our freely elected representatives, adopt this Constitution as the supreme law of the Republic, so as to heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. Lay the foundations for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people, and every citizen is equally protected by law. improve the quality of life of all citizens, and free the potential of each person, and build a united and democratic South Africa, able to take its place, its rightful place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. Section 25(5) of the Constitution of our Republic enjoins the state, I quote, to take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to foster conditions which enable citizens to gain access to land on an equitable basis, unquote. These constitutional imperatives are at the core of the mandate of the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform. The litmus test to all policies is whether or not they are redistributive in character. Consultations with organized agriculture, farm workers' unions, civil society organizations with interest on land and academics have taken place. We are now consolidating the inputs made by these partners. During his State of the Nation address, the President announced that the government will conduct 50 pilots on the 50-50 policy framework by 2019, and that the regulation of land holdings bill, which will introduce land ceilings and prohibit land ownership by foreign nationals, will be submitted to Parliament this year. We've seen tremendous activity and interest from the sectors, from various sectors in the agricultural economy. Use of annual rate of turnover to determine the nature and extent of redistribution and equity, an idea bank, an inclusive social complex, social accords on living conditions, skills development, education and training, and housing, a funding model of 1 billion for land reform per year for the next 15 years based on strong credit and business case approvals, the right to choose partners and adherence to Chapter 6 of the National Development Plan. This is a big proposal from Agbis, and we think it's something that we need to consider very seriously as part of the broad spectrum of contributions towards land reform in our country. Establishment of farm workers' trusts and farm villages, but without separate titles, and a 50-50 share equity model in business, with government providing resources for the 150% and wildlife ranging South Africa providing other 50% at a low interest rate of 2.5% per annum over a period of 40 years. There are several other proposals which are being considered. I won't go through them, Honorable Chairperson. We have looked at South Africa's history of land ownership patterns since the advent of the 1913 Natives Land Act, as well as experience elsewhere in the world, particularly Europe and a few countries in Latin America. Both scenarios are instructive. The South African experience shows that the aggregate farmland over this period has generally remained stable, being disturbed by fluctuations in the number of people entering or leaving farming, influencing in turn the fall of average farm size from 950 hectares and 750 hectares between 1918 and 1950, and between 750 hectares to over 2,000 hectares currently. In Europe, the general average farm size is 14 hectares, while in Latin America it ranges between approximately 72 hectares and 84 hectares. Closer to home, that in the SADC region, the general trend is that of prohibition unless foreign nationals joined up with nationals, provided the latter is the majority shareholder in such joint venture. Taking these scenarios into account, the general views shared at our recent National Land Tenure Summit, pronouncements by the President during his State of the Nation address, and the historical need to address the brutal legacy of colonialism and grand apartheid, we have come up with the following policy proposals on the ceilings for both natural and juristic persons. Small-scale farms, the ceiling for a viable commercial small-scale farm should be no more than 1,000 hectares. Medium-scale farm, it should be no more than 2,500 hectares. And large-scale farm, this should be no more than 5,000 hectares. Any excess land portions between each of these categories and above the 12,000 hectares maximum shall be expropriated and redistributed. and compensation will be on the basis of the just and equitable principle enshrined in Section 25(3) of our Constitution. We have come up with a special category to address the 12,000 hectare maximum announced by President Zuma during his State of the Nation address, which will be applicable to 3 categories of land use: forestry, game farms, and renewable energy farms. Secondly, we think there is merit in AFAS's proposal of the use of the rate of turnover. We have come to the conclusion that this option would fit very well in circumstances where sugar, grapes, vegetables, fruit, and horticulture are concerned. In such cases, however, off-farm equity would be appropriate. Honorable Chairperson, given the time that is running very fast, I will move and go more to and get closer to the policy proposals, to the strategy rather, on page 7. Honorable Chair, in his State of the Nation address, President Zuma announced that government has set aside 2 billion rands in this financial year for the implementation of agri-parks in all 44 districts, prioritizing the 27 poorest ones. 1% or 20 million rands of this will be allocated to institutional and capacity development. These agri-parks are an integral part and driver of the rural economy transformation model. 70% equity in these agri-parks shall be owned by producers, with the remaining 30% distributed across the state and other commercial interests in these agri-parks. The state's strategic support will diminish over a period of 10 years, with producers taking full control. Honorable Chair, I will not speak to the legislation which is there. I'll jump straight to the conclusion. Because the revenue that you see there is 9.3 billion rands, 2015-16, and 10.3 billion rands 2016-17, and 10.8 billion rands 2017-2018. Let me conclude by referring to the ready-to-govern document, which anticipated a specific transformative path of a democratic developmental state. It says the following. It's very instructive. It says, legislation on economic matters shall be guided by the principle of encouraging collaboration between public, private, cooperative, communal and small-scale farming, familiar sectors, with a view to reducing inequality, promoting growth, and providing goods and services for the whole population. The Bill of Rights shall establish the principles and procedures whereby land rights will be restored to those deprived of them by apartheid statutes. A land claims tribunal functioning in an equitable manner, according to principle of justice laid out in legislation, will, wherever it is feasible to do so, restore such rights. In doing so, it will take into account the role of compensation to be paid by the state to those whose existing titles are affected. Provisions relating to property rights and compensation will have to be applied in such a way that they are not manipulated so as to frustrate a national land reform program. Honorable Chair, this is a very important point. We, as you will see or observe, this policy speech is basically an addressing the demands of the people, as expressed in the Freedom Charter, as well as expressed in the Ready-to-Govern document, which is an economic framework, which provides economic framework for the policies of the African National Congress government. I thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Minister for Minerals, the Honorable Ramatlhodi.
Chairperson, honorable members, allow me to observe protocol. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to the National Council of Provinces the debate on the budget vote of my department 2015-2016 financial year. A budget of 1.618 billion has been allocated to the Department of Mineral Resources for the current financial year. The Department has in turn apportioned 800.9 million to entities, 528.4 million to compensation of employees, 277.6 million goods and services, and the remaining 11.5 million to capital expenditure. As we deliver this budget, one is encouraged by the early signs of a performance turnaround in the industry following a sustained depression of the global environment since the implosion caused by the economic and financial crisis. The industry experienced in our country a growth of 10.2% in the first quarter, year on year, corroborating the characteristics resilience of the mine industry on which the economy of the country is still largely dependent. As part of our strategy of increasing investment in the industry, government will be convening stakeholders later on this year in a mining pakisa, which will focus on unlocking the growth of the mining industry and enhancing beneficiation of our minerals. Chairperson, we have initiated programs that will strengthen the capacity and enhance the skills of our staff. In this regard, we have engaged with Wits Business School to provide courses relating to management and executive development. We are also proud to have enrolled 20 women in middle management on the accelerated development programs with the National School of Governance as part of empowering women in our department. In addition, 30 officials were registered to study an environmental management inspection course at the University of Pretoria for 3 months in order to equip them to handle environmental authorization for mining, prospecting, and other related activities. We intend to continue with this program to strengthen both our environmental management and enforcement capabilities. Furthermore, the department, in collaboration with the Mining Qualifications Authority, MQA, is training 10 learner inspectors per year to enhance capacity in the Mine Health and Safety Inspectorate. Honorable members, the department and the Mine Health and Safety Council have, in collaboration with stakeholders, commenced with initiatives to commemorate and honor mine workers who have lost their lives in the course of duty. One such initiative is in the Avenda area in Mpumalanga province, where the National Union of Mine Workers brought to our attention a gravesite of unknown mine workers. We have since initiated an investigation into the names of the people, and we will ensure that a decent monument is eventually erected in their honor. Also, we have recently commemorated the Vaal Reefs mine disaster, which occurred on the 10th of May, 1995. On that fateful day, runway locomotive went down a shaft, resulting in the loss of 101 miners who were being transported in a shaft conveyance. This still remains one of the biggest tragedies in our history as a mining industry in the country. Following the disaster, the Mine Health and Safety Act of 1996 was enacted, which has significantly contributed to the improvement in the health and safety of mine workers. Honorable members, we continue to promote a culture of occupational health and safety while striving towards zero harm in the industry. Accordingly, there's been a reduction of about 86% in fatalities from 650 in 1993 to 84 in 2014, which was the safest year on record in our history as a mining industry. Assessment of the figures till the end of March 2015 show that we are well on track to improving further on that record. We will continue to strengthen those efforts and ensure that our record on the health and mine workers also demonstrate considerable improvement as well. Hence, government will continue to collaborate with other stakeholders through the South African National AIDS Council to monitor and implement the National Strategic Plan in an effort to reduce and prevent TB cases and HIV infections. Also, will through the Mine Health and Safety Council monitor the situation to ensure that the November 2014 Mine Health and Safety Tripartite Summit commitments and action plans are implemented to ensure that all mine workers ultimately return from work unharmed every day. We continue to partner with stakeholders through the Mining Qualification Authority to ensure that skills development programs respond to and assist with the development of capacity amongst unemployed youth, women, mine workers, ex-mine workers, and mining communities. Equally, the MQA implements skills development programs in collaboration with traditional leaders, provincial and local governments. Some projects include 600 unemployed youth trained in portable and entrepreneurial skill in the Tambo District Municipality. I will skip some of those. They are in the speech. Members will be able to read for themselves. The MQA will continue to support the mining sector and communities with relevant skills programs through its regional offices. And these offices have been established in rural technical vocational education and training colleges and are now operational in the major mining and labor sending provinces across the country. I am, honorable members, delivering this speech at a time when the mining industry is faced with challenges as a result of the depression of commodity prices, leading to unfortunate announcements of job sheddings. With regard to this, we decided at a immediate meeting to set up a task team focusing on saving the jobs. We continue to appeal to mining rights holders not to treat the shedding of jobs as a numbers game, but to appreciate the compliance and social aspects of retrenchment. In this regard, mining companies are reminded not only to have future forums, but must also ensure that they are fully functional as they provide a proactive mechanism in managing downscaling at a company level. Likewise, we would like to inform you that a new mineral and petroleum board, which was established to provide advice, will also, in collaboration with the immediate, be looking at this issue of job losses. Yesterday, the gold sector began negotiating the new wage deal. I take this opportunity to urge the industry to be transparent and to negotiate in good faith. I also urge the unions to take into account the current economic climate with emphasis on saving of jobs for those of our people who are employed. Chairperson, as a further contribution to job creation, growth and sustainability of the mining industry, the department has approved a number of new mining rights spread across various provinces, covering coal, manganese, and diamonds. These rights have the potential to contribute to the creation of much-needed jobs in the country. We have recently released the results of the Mining Charter Assessment, coinciding with the year of the Freedom Charter, after 10 years of implementation of this tool to redress past imbalances. In this regard, we have commenced with issuing of notices to license holders who are not compliant with the Charter. The Chamber of Mines has in turn launched a legal challenge to some aspects of the Charter, and the department is defending the action. We remain committed to the creation of a legislative framework that enables the country to have a globally competitive and sustainable transformed mining and mineral industry. It is our guiding principle to legislate in this regard, as Charles Dickens wrote in a different historic context, and I quote, to legislate for the best of times and for the worst of times. In this regard, the department restates its readiness to provide necessary support to the legislators in processing the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Amendment Bill currently with the legislatures. Furthermore, the Mine Health and Safety Amendment Bill is currently being processed through NEDLEC, and I'm pleased to note progress which has been made in discussions with stakeholders, and it will, upon approval by Cabinet, be referred to Parliament. I've also prioritized the bill to create a legal framework for state-owned mine company, namely the African Exploration, Mining and Finance Corporation for referral to Cabinet and Parliament during this financial year. To ensure policy clarity on coal and promote sustainable management of this resource, I have directed that urgent work commence on the development of coal policy framework. Accordingly, a task team has already commenced with the work in this regard. With respect to upstream oil and gas development, government will continue to create an enable environment to increase exploration in both onshore and offshore territory. Accordingly, we have already gazetted regulations for oil and gas exploration production. We will continue to ensure that exploration and production activities of oil and gas are undertaken in a responsible manner that protects the environment as well. The department will, in collaboration with other government departments, including stakeholders relevant, continue to ensure that housing and living conditions of mine workers and their associated communities are improved. In this regard, the department will provide support to the implementation of the President-led Framework Agreement for a sustainable mining industry, as well as the revitalization of distressed mining towns. Many of these are identified in the provinces, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest Free State, Gauteng, and Limbasendi areas in KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape. I need to assure honorable members that these areas mentioned in this package, that areas not mentioned in this package are not escaping attention. While there are many challenges in improving housing and living conditions of mine workers, there are encouraging projects which are underway as we speak. For example, in September 2014, my department handed over 400 houses to mine workers participating in the Royal Bafokeng Platinum Home Ownership Project in Rustenburg. This project forms part of the company's social labor plans and will see a total of 3,100 units completed by 2018-19 in a manner that creates sustainable human settlement away from historical mining villages as we know them. Also yesterday, I officiated at the handover of the Hoofberg Learning and Resources Center implemented by AfriSem here in the Western Cape as part of their social labor plan. This center will go a long way towards improving the quality of learning within the West Bank community. Honorable members, the issue of illegal mining continues to receive our attention. Working together with relevant stakeholders in the fight against illegal mining is yielding positive results. Just last month, police in Kempton Park, Gauteng, arrested members of an illegal mining syndicate alleged to have fabricated over 16,000 fraudulent invoices worth about 437 million, reflecting purchases of second-hand gold jewelry. We'll continue with our program to address this matter decisively. The department also embarked on a process of raising awareness regarding the dangers of illegal mining and taking actions against those found to be mining illegally. In this regard, relevant communities will be engaged in this matter, especially those who are involved in sand mining. Members of the House would be aware that mining in South Africa often takes place on communal lands or in close proximity to residential areas. This has, in some instances, led to conflicts over land use. We have thus created a number of mechanisms working with provincial and local government to deal with the conflicts arising from either consultation processes or those encountered during the mining phase. This includes task teams comprising of our department, provincial government, traditional leaders, and relevant mining companies. During previous financial year, we held 263 consultations, the majority of which were in Gauteng, followed by Northwest and Limpopo. I also would like to inform the honorable members that we will continue to empower communities with necessary information regarding mining so that they can better understand their responsibility and their rights in this regard. During the months of March and April, I conducted 3 imbizos in Kimberley, Springbok, Postman, interacting with public about mining issues and listening to concerns of communities. Uppermost on the list of issues raised
were those relating to support of small-scale mining. We have thus made a commitment to host a workshop on this matter in conjunction with the Ministry of Small Business Development and the Northern Cape Provincial Government. This workshop is tentatively scheduled to take place before the end of July 2015. State-owned entities reporting to the department play a major role in terms of research and development, as well as implementing strategic programs of government. On the ocean, on research and development, we'll continue to focus on research that will drive the growth of the industry in terms of potential new miners and operations. In this regard, appropriate support and resources will be provided to the Council for Geoscience and MinTech to allow them to continue with geoscientific and mineral processing research. Similarly, support and guidance will be given to the Mine Health and Safety Council to ensure that the country continues to be involved in relevant and necessary mine health and safety research. The South African Diamond Board and Precious Metal Regulator and the State Diamond Trader will continue to play a critical role in the promotion of beneficiation, as well as the regulation of South African diamonds and precious metals. Honorable members, I would also like to inform you that preparations are already underway to hold a Diamond Indaba in October 2015, which will provide an opportunity for stakeholders to discuss and address issues in this sector. We are also examining possibilities of establishing a bazaar in the country. As I conclude, Chairperson, I wish to thank members of this House for their support and diligent oversight concerning the work of my department. We look forward to continued engagement and urge you to support this budget. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Sefako.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, ministers, deputy ministers, directors, senior officials, and the staff members. Our viewers at home and members here in the galleries. Thank you very much. It is indeed a great pleasure, Honorable Chair, to be given this opportunity to participate in the two budget votes. Budget vote 3-9 and the budget vote 2-9. The 9 is a common denominator, because the two are, of course, interrelated. I must hasten to indicate or confirm that the two departments did present before the Select Committee on Land and Mineral Resources their annual performance plan and the strategy for engagement. The committee had the opportunity to engage with both departments, but they presented, of course, individually. There was a healthy and cordial discussion, as honorable members are representing respective provinces. Issues were highlighted and also indicating that it should be broken down as per district, per province, and per districts. Honorable Chair, allow me from the onset indeed to pay gratitude to the Excellency, the President of this Republic of South Africa, for having deemed it fit to extend a window of opportunity for those that couldn't make it on December 31st, 1998, in terms of making a submission for the land claim. The opportunity has been extended to 2019, which the leaders, or the tribal leaders, as well as the Khoi and the Sons, were unfortunately not be able previously to be able to submit. They are now having that opportunity to do so. The land issue is a burning national question, which of course needs to be handled with caution. I remember very well when the Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development has made an invitation to the two land summit. The land summit held on September 2014, and the other one held in March 2015. The debate and the contributions of the invitees became hot. I remember quite well Khosi Tobejani made a very, very sharp statement that this is the matter that cannot be handled with kinder gloves or be romanticized, if I quote him. Commercial farmers, workers' representatives, members of the civil societies were all in those summits. The most important issue that they came is dealing with the question of 50-50, which is creating an opportunity that historically has been denied, where workers have been reduced to walking and talking instrument. The ANC government has managed to open up this opportunity so that the workers in the farms can also have the opportunity to own. It is a process that is taking place. Also getting to the question of the mineral resources. I will say the two budget votes are the stepping stone to what narrowing the gaps between the have and the have not, which was deliberately and systemically created by the previous regimes, starting from the imperialist, the colonialist, and the colonialist of a special type, which is, of course, the apartheid and East surrogate states of the homelands. They were equally not being fair in terms of land redistributions. Honorable Chairperson, much has been said by my two honorable ministers. What I'm really saying is that we, as the African National Congress, ons ondersteun die twee begrotingspos. Dis my eintlik 'n genot vir die geleentheid wat vir u geskaaf het. En ek sal sê baie dankie. Dis 'n plesier. Dankie.
Baie dankie, achtbare Sefako. Achtbare Smit.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, guests, and guests from the gallery. Honorable Chair, the Honorable Minister Nkwinti will soon be labelled as the destructor of agriculture in South Africa. And this is due to his flip-flop, his populist and his unrealistic political announcements on land ownership. It is very clear that it is very clear to South Africa that the Honourable Minister is clueless when it comes to agriculture. But let us not forget that his mandate from Latulia House is to bow down to the authoritarian influences of the SICP by ensuring that government have ownership of the land. Not the people, but Zuma's government. You see, this is an attempt.
Honorable Smith. It is, I suspect you will tell me it's a point in debate. Zuma's government?
It's, let me rephrase, Honorable President Zuma's government. Thank you.
Please proceed.
You see, this is an attempt to intensify the crony society of the ANC elite and enrich themselves even more at the expense of the poor, and to hold on to power by holding the people to ransom with land, another blackmail strategy of a power-hungry and very nervous ANC. This will not work, Honourable Minister. The people of South Africa can see what you are doing, and they will vote the ANC out, as the ANC does not care about the people anymore. Honourable Minister, what research was done to justify the one-size-fits-all approach to land caps, or was this an ANC thumbsuck exercise? As the current proposal of 1,000 hectares for small-scale farmers, 2,500 hectares for medium-sized farmers, and 5,000 hectares for commercial farmers, universally, is totally unrealistic, especially when it comes to areas like the Karoo. The DA pleads with you, Honourable Minister, reconsider this, as it will also cap the viability of agriculture and the 1 million jobs we are to create through agriculture as per the National Development Plan. The other populist announcement by the Honourable Minister was that foreign nationals may no longer own land in South Africa. Now my question to you, Honourable Minister, is how many of your comrades and ANC elites own land in foreign countries like Zimbabwe? This is totally hypocritical from the ANC, if you ask me. And this will also hamper foreign investment and our economy that is already fragile, and in turn will cost us more jobs. Honourable Chairperson, I attended the communal land indaba in Johannesburg on the 29th and 30th of May this year. At the indaba, it was clear that the majority of people felt that they should have full ownership of communal land that can be used as collateral for financing further individual development. But instead, the Minister limited the options for discussion to only land use rights and so-called title deeds that only gives households land use rights. The department tried to justify this artificial title deeds as a legitimate use as security for financing at financial institutions. Now, Honourable Chair, this is similar to me taking a copy of my lease agreement to the bank and asking them to finance me based on that. Really, Minister, 1 + 1 does not make 3. You see, Honourable Chair, once again, the ANC government does not want the poor tribal communities to break free from their grip of power. Instead, they hold on to land rights by denying these communities their constitutional right to have individual ownership of land. In fact, the Constitution prescribes in the Bill of Rights, Chapter 2, Article 25.5 and 6, notes, the state must must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to foster conditions which enable citizens to gain access to land on an equitable basis. This section the Minister did mention. What he didn't mention is the second part. A person or community whose tenure or land is legally insecure as a result of past racially discriminatory laws or practices is entitled to the extent provided by an act of parliament, either to a tenure which is legally secure or to comparable redress. You see, Honourable Minister, we preach about integrated communities all over South Africa to break down the barriers of apartheid. But in communal and tribal areas, you want to reinforce these racial barriers, to isolate these communities and control access to the areas, mostly based on race. It's like, this is the Pedi area, this is the Tsonga area, so other people cannot move into those areas and stay there. What is your intention as the ANC in this regard, Honourable Minister? The wagon wheel model on communal land is highly flawed, and this model will only reinforce the deprivation of individual rights and freedoms, and will keep these communities locked up in poverty and dependency. Give the people what they deserve, Honourable Minister, and that is title deeds with full ownership that they can use to break free from poverty through individual freedoms and choices. Honourable Chair, the department acknowledges the reopening of land claims is giving them sleepless nights, as the previous claims are not yet finalised. My question remains, how long will people have to wait for their claims to be finalised? As per the current rate, up to now, an average of 4,500 claims would be finalised per year over a 20-year period. Looking at the odd 89,000 claims from the previous claims period. At this rate, it would take the department 84 years to finalise the expected 397,000 new claims. And looking at the budget for land restitution of 2 billion for the financial year, and cost calculation based on current land cost of about 200 billion rand before inflation to settle the estimated 397,000 claims. It will take the department at least 100 years to finalise the new claims. This is an unfunded mandate, Honourable Minister. What do you want? What wouldn't you do for votes? Honourable Minister, you are totally neglecting rural development. The development of 12,000 rural livelihoods by 2020 is mediocre and not much to look forward to, considering the desperate state of these communities. Furthermore, cutting the number of socio-economic infrastructure projects from 200 in 2014-15 to 115 in 2015-16 illustrates lack of commitment towards rural development. Another noticeable decline is the budget cut on the National Rural Youth Service Corps that dropped with a staggering 332 million rand in 2015-16. This is a third less. Under a DA government, we would increase the land reform budget to 10 billion rand over 5 years for the creation of post-settlement support, and give an additional 130 million rand on land claims commissions to allow for better monitoring of land reform processes. This is the vision of a caring government, Honourable Minister, a DA government that delivers real freedom to its people in a society of fairness that opens up the fruits of opportunity for all South Africans. This is a vision of individual freedom and full ownership. I thank you.
Honorable Pakis. Continue.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Deputy Ministers, Honorable members of the House, invited guests. The RDP document has said that, I quote, "No political democracy can survive and flourish if the masses of our people remain in poverty without land, without tangible prospects for a better life," close quote. Democracy will really have little content and will be short-lived if it cannot address the socio-economic circumstances facing the majority of our people within the expanding and growing economy. Our view of history is colored by sedentary land labor historians. The RDP vision and the principles of the Freedom Charter remains our lodestar. We cannot talk about rural development without talking about land. Agriculture is a primary industry. The growth of the economy lies in the sector of agriculture. Now, Chairperson, the domineering confidence and serpentine DA behavior in our politics on land question represent capital. Growth and the measurable income in the output of modern industrial economy is commonly seen as a priority. Development portrayed as a marginal effort of redistribution to urban and rural poverty, and the development viewed as an or to be deduction from growth. The physical infrastructure is a critical part of rural development for sustainable livelihood of our people, meaning access to healthcare, education, public, safe, and affordable public transport, sanitation, housing, and clean water. Any choice involve and have effects on political, social, and economic level. We need fundamental change in the institutions and the processes, Honorable Minister. The strategic objective of rural development should include firm coordination of activities of the relevant government agencies and the control of such to be the people and by the people intended for. Its positives and negatives depends on those who are involved to make a choice by virtue of authority and the force of willpower. It is the responsibility of the developmental state, therefore, to tamper with the structure of monopoly capital in the sector and the entire economy. The impact of our actions lies at the center commitment of our people to support our collective actions and actions as the ANC government. Honorable Chair, Minister, and the Deputy Ministers, the fate of our people cannot be left by any chance to the juggernaut of liberal corporate regime and the masters of grand larceny. This process cannot be left to spontaneity. Our policies as ANC government are not spurious on the land question. We are not
intoxicated with populism. Intensification and mechanization and the use of inputs during the 20th century has been hugely beneficial for the planet. New technology in the 21st century should yield gains, enabling us to turn more land back to the mother nation, to feed plus or minus 9 billion people on the planet Earth. That will realize, Honorable Minister, real and genuine BEE in our land. On Friday, Honorable Minister, the Deputy Ministers, I raised an issue in our debates. We're debating agriculture. We are talking about agri-parks. The issue that I raised in that debate related to the issue of seed industry. The seed industry. If we are to talk about real and genuine black economic empowerment, our people must be involved to be producers and breeders, distributors and exporters, including labeling in that particular sector. Because it's an important sector if we are to talk about agribusiness and agro-processing. And we will dent poverty, unemployment in our land. Imports that are coming should create jobs for our people, production and distribution. However, the issue that we raise again in the same context is that there are no concurrent legislation in place protecting the traditional agriculture linked to the aforesaid. The rural poor masses must be involved, like aforesaid, Honorable Chair, in the storages and distribution. Because the agri-parks that we are talking about, we can ask a question 80, these poor masses of our people, who will be the seed providers? We carry knowledge of the pieces of legislation that are in Parliament currently that deals with the sector. We are aware of that. But will those pieces of legislation, the bills, they are still bills, will they protect the traditional and small-scale farmers? In the context of the agri-parks that we are talking about, you are championing. If we are to be politically and economically independent, we ought to restructure the industry in totality or tamper with the structure. We ought to ponder the realistic view on what seed industry can have and contribute in the agricultural sector and agrarian reform. The above aforesaid view perspective represent a holistic view and approach in what we are articulating in terms of re-industrialization and agro-industrial approach in the context of these agri-parks. Honorable Chair, energy sector and agricultural industry cannot be left entirely to the private monopoly. I've raised this point. Rural infrastructure is critical to facilitate access to market and availability of food, which is first and foremost a source of nutrition and only secondary an item for trade. I repeat what I said on Friday. We need to be convulsive in reorganizing the sector. Population in Sub-Sahara, 214 million people and undernourished people, which represent 26.6%. The fact that apartheid regime excluded the majority of our people does not make our people less eligible for their contribution in the economy, and their relief left entirely in the hands of the charity of their social betters in the Cape. Honorable Minister, agriculture is responsible for 70% of worldwide water usage. South Africa alone 60% of water is consumed by the sector. I deliberately focused and paid attention on this particular sector. We contribute 50% as a country in the seed business in the continent. Let's talk about the cooperatives. Cooperatives in our program as ANC government must culminate into a serious business of our people, black people. That is what will represent genuine black economic empowerment. Cooperatives in our land, in our program, should not be a makeshift process, makeshift business of poor people who are looking for jobs, who are affected by the tormenting poverty in our land. We need to use cooperatives to crack and tamper with the structure of our economy in this country. That's how we'll be transforming our economy and crack the monopoly. Sabulela, sir.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mtile. Eka mtshamo wa xitulu na vahlaleri lava nga le ka galari na mi hlekanisa ni ri i nhlekani. Honorable Chair, for the past 21 years, this department has been limping from one excuse to another, trying to explain its failure to redistribute land in a meaningful manner to black people who were dispossessed of their land. Yours is a very good example of how not to develop policy. From the 30% target of land transferred back to people by 1999, a target that has shifted so much that it does not get mentioned anymore, to the continuous fiddling with land redistribution programs, from settlement and land acquisition grant, which later got dumped in favor of the land redistribution for agricultural development grant, to the proactive land acquisition strategy, to the superficial protection of farm workers from eviction through the extension of Security of Tenure Act, and now the recapitalization and development. All these interventions have failed to even scratch the surface of the problem of landlessness in our country, and more sadly, failed to protect farm workers from eviction from the farms they have been on for generations. What this changes approach also shows that the department does not know how to approach land reform. The very few that have been given their land back through land reform have been further disenfranchised by the government's lack of post-settlement support and poor settlement planning. The people of Guatu in the Eastern Cape, whose tenure to land is insecure and who have failed to get any support from your government due to favoritism and deeply embedded corruption in that province, are all testimony to the ANC government's neglect of rural people. The Khoi and the San have been illegitimized by your government, evidenced by the manner your government has handled the common San land claim in the Northern Cape. The path chosen by the ANC after 1994 to the resolution of the land question has now been accepted by many to have failed spectacularly. Only 8% of the land has been returned back to people, 90% of which are considered to be failed projects. As if that were not enough, the ANC has further raised up the hopes of our people through the Land Restitution Amendment Act, leading to a number of big land claims by chiefs who were misled by President Jacob Zuma, that the Amendment Act would allow them to claim even for land that was stolen before the 1913 deadline, originally set as a cutoff date for land claims. The Amendment Act makes no mention of claims going back to the period of disposition before 1913. The ANC and the President have misled our people once again. Our solution to the land question is simple. Expropriate land without compensation for equal risk distribution. Subdivide large, unproductive farms into small, manageable farms. Ban all forms of farm evictions. Minister, while we're reflecting on the past 20 years, it is important to remember mine workers in Aurora Mine, who, since the empowerment deal involving President Jacob Zuma's nephew and former President Nelson Mandela's grandson, collapsed, leaving mine workers destitute, lest we forget. Minister, almost 3 years ago, it was Lone Min Mine together with the ANC government that killed our mine workers for what is still a very slavery wage, lest we forget. Minister, it was Lone Min Mine together with the Deputy President that engaged in a criminality of aggressive tax avoidance by transferring millions and millions of rands of profits so that they can mislead everyone and say, we cannot afford 12,500 per month because they are not making profits, which your department knew very well, Minister. Those were lies. Honorable Chairperson, the public has entrusted the Minister here with the responsibility and taxpayers' money to ensure that those who are awarded licenses do not exploit mine workers and loot our mineral resources. Honorable Chair, the budget voted tabled by the Minister is a clear indication that the ANC government insists on a very weak and loose approach to mining in the country. It must not surprise the House, Honorable Chair, that the ANC government and the Minister has allocated only a mere 1.6 countries' mineral wealth. Over the next 3 years, only 4.9 billion is allocated to your department, Minister, to see to it that South Africa enjoy much celebrated rich mineral resources beneath the soil. In 2014, unofficial statistics show that there were 84 fatalities in the mining sector, which would have been prevented if profit did not take precedent before mine workers' safety. Yet, Minister, you have allocated only 563 million, 11% over the medium term of your budget to mine, health, and safety. The EFF rejects this budget. Here, Kanimamba, eka mutsamu wa xitulu ni vahlaleri va nongonoko lowuwani eka television na yindlu hinkwayo ni ri a wu ve nhlikani lowunene inkomo.
Can you continue the debate?
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. All protocol observed. On this, the 60th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, we remember the famous words, South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. We are presenting this budget, vote number 39, on the 39th anniversary of the student struggle against an inferior Bantu education.
Their selfless struggle against the apartheid military junta has put us where we are today. We can stand tall and say this struggle was not in vain, and we dare not fail their efforts in the liberation of the broader society. His Excellency, the President, in the State of the Nation address, announced a 9-point plan to transform the South African economy. The Department of Rural Development and Land Reform has a significant role to play in several areas of these points, but most importantly, we have a key role in priority number 1, revitalizing agriculture and the agro-processing value chain. Given the nature of our mandate of rural development, we'll also drive initiatives to give effect to other priorities, including unlocking SMMEs, cooperatives, township and rural enterprise potentials. Honorable Chairperson, our Constitution exhorts us to improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person. And we all share the responsibility of finding the best way to do this. Chairperson, radical change must bring real benefit to rural people and the poor across South Africa. The National Development Plan provides a long-term vision for celebrating development so that food security can increase, unemployment and inequality be reduced, creating a more inclusive society. This will achieve through diligent implementation of our plans and programs as articulated in our annual performance plan. Chairperson, the department implements the socio-economic infrastructure project to support rural communities. One of these completed last year is the Beaufort West Youth Hub. It consists of a TVET college for the youth, community swimming pool, gymnasium, community amphitheater, and a combo court for several sport disciplines. The total cost thereof was 55 million. This facility and other like it underscore our commitment to place youth at the center of development by giving them opportunities to access the skills required to build our country. Over the past financial year, the Animal and Field Management Program has gained momentum across the country with more than 200 projects implemented. Significantly progress was made in KwaZulu-Natal, where several projects were completed at a value of 45 million, benefiting 2,000 livestock farmers. In addition, we have also launched an auction facility in Msinga, which is beginning to assist farmers to turn their livestock into economic assets and generating income for rural households. The AVMP has created more than 1,600 jobs last year, specifically through the soil rehabilitation and debushing component. Over the past year, we have also implemented 31 projects to revitalize 5 irrigation schemes across the country, with a key focus in KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, and Northwest, through the implementation of the River Valley Catalytic Program, which deals primarily with the revitalization of irrigation schemes and agricultural development alongside along river belts in South Africa. In this financial year, we intend to build on the gains that we have achieved thus far. In the State of the Nation, His Excellency the President announced the establishment of District Agri-Park. Chairperson, Agri-Park will, in the medium term, be established in 44 districts as indicated by the Minister, and Agri-Park will essentially ensure development from primary production through to processing and value adding, while at the same time fostering development-related enterprise. The agri-parks will be designed in a manner that allows the central component of the model to eventually emerge into a center for various activities not limited to agricultural, including warehousing, processing, retail, input suppliers, distribution, service access, financial services, market access, training, and development. These parks will organize and mobilize farmers and agribusiness entrepreneurs. Partnership with government departments such as DAF, the DTI, the Department of Small Business Development, COGTA, Department of Water and Sanitation, Provincial Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, and district municipalities is critical to develop economic infrastructure like roads, energy, water, ICT, transportation, logistic corridors that support the agri-park value chain. Chairperson, we are looking to the agri-park model to achieve the transformational breakthrough in improving capacity and production of smallholder farmers, value chain development, market access, encouraging private farmers' participation and investment, and most significantly, ensuring that resources are better utilized through focused intervention that can contribute to significant job creation. In this financial year, the department will drive the establishment of agri-park using the current program as a lever for implementation. The following programs will assist us to drive this initiative: River Valley Catholic Program, Animal and Field Management Program, Enterprise and Industrial Development, Infrastructure Development, and the NARISEC Program. Accordingly, the department has had consultation session with provincial and local government. As a result of this interaction, sites have been identified in 39 of the 44 districts across the country. In some areas, work has already commenced. Work has already commenced in Springbok Pan in the Northwest and is soon be followed by Free State, Mpumalanga, and Eastern Cape. Several projects are already in implementation across the province to improve livestock production, crop production, and sustainable land use as part of production plan to eventually supply the agri-park when completed. Given the current challenges faced by black smallholder farmers in production and market access, as well as limited inroads they have made into the agricultural value chain, we intend to put the support mechanism for the agri-parks for a period of 10 years to ensure sustainability. Chairperson, if implemented as planned with the collaboration of all sector departments, the agri-parks will lay the foundation of rural industrialization, make rural economy transformational, a really and permanently free rural community from food insecurity. This will ensure rural economy transformation and food security for our communities. 2 billion has been set aside for this work. This program, this year, this will be allocated across the district with an additional portion of the resources being made available to the most vulnerable municipalities to assist with technical support and capacity to drive this initiative. A project management unit will be established as a support mechanism to this effect. We'll also build on the work that has started to developing the arts and craft industry in the rural areas. More than 1,000 women have been trained and assisted in KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and the Eastern Cape. We have been able to drive this program through a partnership with Mninezo Training. A strategy is being finalized to upscale this program in this financial year to ensure that it expanded and extended to all provinces and also include women in all the various sectors of the industry. In support of these operatives with market access, the department has helped to establish a retail outlet in Durban. This, together with the trade fair that cooperatives have been able to participate in, it has significantly improved access to domestic and various international markets. 39.7 million will be invested in this year to build on this work. This can become a significant job driver in the rural area. In this past year, we supported the Abasugi Cooperative in the Eastern Cape, who focus on the production of traditional clothing. We are pleased to announce that Abasugi was able to showcase their work at the recent Cape Town Jazz Festival with the assistance of a private entity called TCIA. We will this year be increasing our involvement in the area of fashion design, production by supporting various rural enterprise and promoting quality model with established business. In this financial year, we have set aside 112 million that has been set aside to support 65 new non-agricultural rural enterprises. In the past financial year, we have been supporting the development of art and culture in rural area through infrastructure development and direct support of cooperatives. In the rural development, 4,500 skills development opportunities will be provided through rural economic transformation, and 8,000 people will be employed in rural development initiatives, including of agri-parks. The National Rural Youth Service Corps continue to flourish. In this financial year. 4,481 youth will be trained in pertinent skills required for rural economic transformation, including engineering and the built environment, agricultural development, business management and administration, hospitality, tourism, and art and craft, education and development, training, safety and security. We are pleased to indicate that we have partnered with the Big Fish School of Digital Filmmaking to train our young people, and we have in this gallery today the managing director of the company and Narisek Youth, who are part of the crew providing communication services in the department. Minister Nkwinti announced that we have recently...
You conclude, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Lente.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, for allowing me to participate in this important debate. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, South Africa is in a unique position to create a sustainable framework that fosters self-sufficiency and support net food export. Indeed, the Honorable Nkwinti, in his budget speech on the 8th of May 2015, makes reference to Section 25(5) of the Constitution of our country. This speaks to the need for restorative justice in the arena of land distribution. While there is no question of the importance of driving this agenda, it is equally, if not more critical, that we take cognizance of the prescripts of Section 24 of the Bill of Rights that states, everyone has the right, A, to have an environment that is not harmful to the health of, and well-being, and B, to have the environment protected or the benefit of present and future generations through reasonable legislative and other measures that A, prevent population and ecological degradation, promote conservation and secure sustainable development and use of natural resources while promoting justifiable economic and social development. Deputy Chairperson, a strategy that fails to factor in the importance of climate change will result in poor results for rural development, land reform, and the agricultural sector at large. The Western Cape alone produced 23.3% of the national agriculture GDP, which represent 45% of the national agricultural export and employs 150,000 farm workers. Anything that can be destabilize the agricultural sector in our province and our country will therefore threaten thousands of jobs, and it could ruin an important export sector. Deputy Chairperson, eradicating poverty and deprivation as denoted in the Reconstruction and Development Plan of 1994 is one of the most critical indicators for democratic dispensation. In 10 years from now, we will not be judged by the strength of our laws or policies. We will be measured against the collective will to deal with climate change. South Africa is vulnerable to the effects of climate change, which has the potential to destabilize agriculture and food security and undermine economic development in our rural areas. The Western Cape has a Mediterranean climate, and our region is likely to see the greatest weather changes in our country, and that includes Limpopo. That's why the DA-led Western Cape government has launched the Smart Agri project. Research shows that the Western Cape will see an average warming of between 1.5 to 3 degrees Celsius, When the climate change, Deputy Chairperson, the farming sector cannot produce the same any longer. The apple farmers in Overberg will experience a lack of water, reduced winter cold, heat stress, and hail. To tackle these changes, they will need to get assistance with water planning, management training, and how to reduce the carbon footprint, especially from small-scale farmers. Deputy Chairperson, the sheep farmers in Laingsburg will suffer from a lack of water, drought, and heat stress. To help the small-scale farmers, they need improved water infrastructure and management changes. And on land reform, Deputy Speaker, I mentioned climate change specifically to show how vulnerable our agricultural sector is and how dangerous it is to do radical change without proper understanding of the consequences. That is why the DA-led Western Cape government are concerned about the proposed ceiling on farmland. It is very hard not to interpret the minister's intention in any other way, that farms that exceeds the national limits for land, for example, 1,000 hectares for a small-scale farm, the land will be expropriated. This sets a dangerous precedent and is not necessary to achieve the land reform goal. Farming is in essence a biological process which takes place in an environment of which the characteristics are determined by geology and climate. Hence, a farm of 1,000 hectares in Stellenbosch and Williesdorp is actually a large estate, whilst a person cannot make a living in the central Karoo area from 1,000 hectares. A regular farmer's main income for the year would be 69,300 rand. If we remove the cost of running the farm, and if this farm has one worker, then the worker would earn more than the farmer. Deputy Chairperson, the Minister also compared the situation to Europe, but it is significantly different from our situation here in South Africa. The average farmer in the European Union receives 20% of his or her income from subsidies, and further areas-based payment are quite common. Further, the majority of these farmers in the European Union would have a different secondary or often primary source of income. As the distance are much shorter, farmers tend to live in villages, which make it easier to find additional income. Most of the countries in Europe aren't even close to South Africa's level of self-sufficiency. And on top of that, they pay out of massive subsidies and tariffs that is passed on to the consumers. Economies of scale dictates that farm sizes will increase. This is a global trend, and only in those instances where the state is prepared to heavily intervene with subsidies can this trend be halted. The Minister himself acknowledged that the average farm size in South Africa has increased from 750 hectares in 1950 to more than 2,000 hectares today. For this reason, the number of commercial farms in South Africa has declined from 61,000 in 1996 to 39,000 in 2007. To introduce caps on the size of farms when the need is actually when the need is actually the opposite, is a huge threat to the sustainability of the industry. If this is to be achieved, the cost of the people of South Africa would increase substantially, and it will be devastating to the poor. The main problem with this is that the wrong issue is addressed. The basic point of the party is that not enough agricultural land is available. For this reason, farmland above the minimum farm size needs to be expropriated. And most importantly, the owners will be compensated according to the principles of Section 25(3) of the Constitution and replicated in the current draft bill. Hence, government will buy this land. However, we know that between 4 and 7% of all farmland in South Africa is anyway traded on the free market every year. One does not have to expropriate land to get land for redistribution unless the intention is to expropriate it at prices significantly lower than market value. This in turn would open the state to be challenged in the Constitutional Court. In conclusion, Deputy Chairperson, the DA supports the Minister's intention of land reform and agricultural transformation. This Bill of Rights is a cornerstone of democracy in South Africa, It enshrines the right of all people in our country and affirms the democratic values of human dignity, equality, and freedom. The state must respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the rights of the Bill of Rights. Diagnoses have been made by symptomatic treatment modality without dealing with the primary root factors that is not give the prognosis for growth and well-being that is required. Land reform without an integrated environmental strategy that seeks to diagnose a flexible plot to respond to climate change will result in failure. Yes, we need transformation in the agricultural sector. The agricultural sector is one of the most important in our province and in our country, and we must be very careful with how we deal with it. Deputy Chairperson, the industry is facing many challenges, and one of the most important ones is climate change. We have to help the industry, not create more obstacles. The land cap proposal is creating much uncertainty and instability in the system. Farmers are hesitant to invest with resulting lower than possible growth rates. We need reform that works, but we need a land reform that works in the growing agricultural sector, not one that breaks it. I thank you.
Thank you very much. May I call on Honorable Singh? Continue the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, the ministers present, deputy ministers present, members of parliament, officials from departments, guests in our gallery, fellow South Africans. It is indeed a great pleasure and privilege to participate in this very important budget debate for the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, Mineral Resources 2015-2016 Budget Vote 39 and Budget Vote 29. Chairperson, this is a very historic year, the 60th anniversary for the Freedom Charter that was adopted in 1955 in Cape Town, Soweto. The Freedom Charter, in its preamble, the Freedom Charter says, South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. Clause 4 of the Charter says the following: the land shall be shared amongst all who work it. Chairperson, the mining industry is on a decline from year to year with a drop in employment, which I believe is a cause for concern, as this was a booming sector with great working opportunities. Chairperson, the framework agreement on sustainable mining industry, the department will continue to provide support to the implementation of the framework agreement for the sustainable mining industry, and will continue to call on stakeholders to respect and implement the framework agreement. We welcome the department's mineral resources approved over 36 new mining rights projects in the past 12 months, with the potential to create about 6,000 jobs. Chairperson, we remember all those who lost their lives in mining-related incidents and acknowledge the important role that mine workers have played in shaping the economy of this country during this debate. We need to ensure that the goal of zero harm on mine workers is ultimately achieved through intensifying monitoring and enforcement measures, and welcome the reduction of about 86% of fatalities reported by mine since the dawn of democracy, and as the minister says, from 615 in 1993 to 84 in 2014. We need to bring this number even lower in the next few years so that the lesser lives lost, the better, working towards the goal of zero harm to mine workers. Chairperson, there was a number of deaths in the mining sector as a result of occupational diseases, which include pulmonary TB, cirrhosis, and noise-induced hearing loss. The ANC government has transformed a sector that was historically been steeped under the influence of colonial production in the apartheid era, which benefited the white owners only, whilst black workers were paid a pittance for their hard work. The January 8th statement in 2015, our President Jacob Zuma acknowledged and stated that the ANC commits itself to continue working with the people to ensure that there is enhanced benefit from this ownership. This year, we must finalize the amendments to the applicable laws to ensure that mine workers and mining communities share much more equality in South Africa's mineral wealth. Chairperson, in that breath, the Freedom Charter states that the people shall share the wealth. The mineral wealth beneath the soil shall be transferred to the ownership of the people as a whole. The ANC's vision since the dawn of democracy in 1994 as a reflection in the reconstruction and development program that we must seek the return of private mineral rights to the democratic government in line with the rest of the world. We must invest in the infrastructure that can unlock the vast mineral wealth of the country, create jobs and support the local beneficiaries of mineral deposits for the benefit of all South Africans. Chairperson, our former President Nelson Mandela once said, and I quote, "It is in the hands to create a better world for all who live in it," unquote. Chairperson, the 52nd National Conference in Polokwane, ANC's National Conference in Polokwane, resolved that the production and the ownership be transformed, be included through an active and well-resourced industrial and trade policy aimed at creating decent work through expansion of labor-absorbed sectors. The ANC government continues to contribute significantly to the social economic development of this country. Chairperson, the low levels of mineral beneficiation in the country denies South Africans an opportunity to aggressively address the development challenge related to the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality, especially amongst the youth. We are, however, encouraged by the Safety Council's plan to invest in Center of Excellence to conduct research, health and safety training, and education that includes the youth. Chair, we want to salute the youth of 1976 who lost their lives whilst we are in the month of June debating on this very important debate. We are encouraged by the opportunities to promote investment and material beneficiations, the plan to develop the ocean's economy through Operation Pakisa, and support all small-scale mining projects. Chairperson, there are current regulatory frameworks that places an obligation to mining companies to convert, to upgrade hostels into family units and facilitate home ownership. This is the ANC policy, A Better Life for All, and it's important that families live together for a better understanding. Chairperson, in order to improve on its licensing mandate through the transformation, the South African Mineral Resource Administration system must be able to deal with the beneficiation of the ordinary South African, in particular, those who have been historically disadvantaged. South Africa is a country that has a bad historic past where the majority has been denied participation in the economy, in particular mining, except for labor under inhumane conditions. We also want to appeal to the department not to delay with the issue of the women in mining strategy. Chairperson, shale gas. The potential economic benefits of shale gas. Shale gas has a potential to contribute significantly to the envisaged accreditation inclusive of sustainable economic growth if mining is managed with care and understanding of the environment and to the benefit of communities. Electricity generation through shale gas, it is calculated that 30 TCF of shale gas is enough to meet half of the country's current electricity generation requirement for over 20 years. Gas to liquid, GTL, the resource can be used on the conversion to meet the country's demand for domestic consumption. Cost competitive advantage, it provides a potential source of cost competitive energy advantage in the United States of America, where energy costs have dropped considerably since the development of shale gas. With the country's projects projected to become a net energy producer by 2020, employment, the development of the resources has the potential to create employment opportunities directly through leverage linkages. Chairperson, the Moss gas is liquid projects created approximately 1,600 job opportunities from developing of the ITCF gas reserves. Side stream inputs and downstream linkages have the potential to develop associated jobs in respect of locomotion of capital goods, consumables, and infrastructure development. Reserves development of this resource will also contribute considerably to the nation's fiscus, as it estimated that a resource of 30 CTF will yield a sale of over 1 trillion rand. Government's focus over the medium term is very clearly set out in the President's 9-point plan, in which numerous aspects apply to the mining sector. Some of it are these: the promise of financial assistance to Eskom to deal with the lack of electricity power, downstream beneficiation to value to our mineral wealth, encourage private sector investment, moderating workplace conflict, and Chairperson, the first pilot project for Operation Prakisa included promoting the offshore oil and gas sector, but the President has announced government's intention to roll out into the mining sector as a whole. Government has announced a significant shift to gas as an energy source, with government initial procuring 2.400 megawatts of the new gas-fueled power generation capacity for independent power producers. This commitment obviously bodes well and the potential oil and gas sectors of this country, including the shale gas sector. The ANC government has taken a number of positive steps in the past financial year in order to promote sustainability and development of the mining sector. This includes, in 2014, the President took charge of the implementation of the framework agreement for a sustainable mining industry. The agreement includes labor, business, and government. The positive influence of this effect can be seen in the return of relative calm in the mining industry since the resolution of the platinum strike. Government is also making progress in allocating resources to revitalize distressed mining towns and improving housing options for miner workers. Chairperson, we support this budget 39 and budget vote 29, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. May I call on Councillor Fortin? Continue the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable, excuse me, ministers, deputy ministers, deputy chair of the NCOP, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, guests. Honorable Chairperson, during the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform's delivery of the budget speech in the National Assembly, he fittingly cited the commemoration of the adoption of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. As this corresponded with the date of the delivery of his speech, he similarly highlighted the 60-year mark of the adoption of the Freedom Charter. These historic milestones have anchored South African politics and serve as a trial guide. They allowed an imagination of a desired future and the ability to reflect on the journey that we have undertaken to reach that desired reality for all South Africans. The responsibility to create that future largely rests on the state, but driven by the will of the people. In consideration of the department's budget vote, we welcome the development of the rural economy transformation model, not only as an approach to reach the targets of the National Development Plan, but also in the realization of the role that agri-parks can play in increasing food production and attaining major rural economic transformation. We welcome the emphasis in the budget vote of the allocation of 2 billion rand going towards institutional capacity, and capacity development and or skills acquisition, especially at a municipal level. Our only concern is the extent to which these translate to sustainable capacity building and the performance at a municipal level. And as SALGA, we would like to work closely with the Minister in realizing the enhanced capacity of municipalities. We also trust that the agri-parks will be integrated into many other similar concepts, such as agri-villages and agricultural hubs, which are already being implemented in some municipalities. This will ensure that there are no duplication of efforts and resources. On the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act, SPLUMA, Honorable Chairperson, we agree that with the Minister that SPLUMA should not be viewed in isolation, and that it should also be viewed in conjunction with the integrated urban development framework. In order to redress the inherited complexities of colonial and apartheid spatial planning, there are systematic issues that require all spheres of government to work together. And the major constraint is the IGR domain, although legislated. There are, however, challenges regarding the ability of sector departments and municipalities to meaningfully engage in joint planning, focused investment, and collective implementation. Spatial planning on its own cannot achieve spatial transformation, though it has a central role to play. Spatial transformation is a combination of various aspects that include economic, social, and political will. The SPLUMA is scheduled to come into effect on the 1st of July 2015, and as SALGA, we confirm our commitment to continue working closely with the department to ensure that all municipalities have the necessary systems in place to implement the legislation. SALGA looks forward to making constructive input into the legislation and policy development process in any legislation that has a bearing on the municipalities. The involvement of SALGA at an early stage will assist ensuring that municipalities make meaningful contribution to the policy and legislative proposals that have a bearing on their areas of functional competence. On the issue of mining, while it is essential to optimize the mining sector and leverage the economic benefits thereof, We need to bear in mind that the existence of mines has a significant impact on municipal planning and on all levels. Mining activity brings with it issues such as influx of migrant labor, the proliferation of informal settlements, the rapidly expanding needs for basic services and housing, amongst others. These are major challenges for local government and have been known to lead to public discontent and protest actions at a local level. It is therefore essential, through joint effort, to reconcile the objectives and practicalities of mining legislation with municipal integrated development and land use systems. The latter will serve as enabler to the effective administration of SLPs as enablers of sustainable economies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Deputy Minister Skwacha, can you continue the debate?
Ndiyabulela sekela sihlalo. Ndibulela ndikubulisa kananjalo. Ndibulisa ngakumbi abahlonitshwa abaphathiswa bethu bobathathu. Uqala kuba uNkwinti, uba uRamatloti, umama uJumata. Ndibulise nabasekela abaphathiswa Majola noDlamini Masheko. Ndibulisa zonke indwalutho ezikhoyo apha umlisela nomthinjana. Yinyanga ebuhlungu lekaJuni. Nyanga yegazi. Iphinde kananjalo ibe yinyanga yokugcoba. Ndikhumbula into yokuba the dispossession in the colonial conquest was a very painful period. It's a fashion to only refer to the June 16, 1976. I am reminded of the Pondo Revolt of 1960. This process of dispossession has been a very painful one. Having said that, Gacho Mphathiswa ndithi, the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, led by Honorable Nkwinti, iyaqhuba. If I consider the fact that 2 days from today, it will be the 25th of June, and remember that 60 years ago, on the 25th and 26th of June, in Kliptown, when our people declared South Africa to belong to all who live in it. Ndingatsho ndingathandabuzi Mphathiswa ndithi, Z.K. Matthews, Ellen Joseph, Lillian Ngoyi, Billy, of course, Oliver Tambo. Xa bekujonga ubhizi nglo msebenzi uwenzayo okwenza idream yabo uba ibe yinyani, batsho bathi lo ngunyana wam oyintanda endikholisiweyo nguye, mlandeleni yena. Central to the work of this department is the National Development Plan. Land is key to ensuring that the long-set story of colonialism and apartheid in our country ultimately has a happy ending. The National Development Plan, which has been endorsed by the majority of the parties in our country, is the guide to 2030. Chapter 6 of the NDP says, I quote, an integrated and inclusive rural economy, close quotes, is the goal that we pursue. I'm making this point because I want to emphasize the consistency of the ANC-led government, looking at the ball, concentrating on the ball, and not being diverted at all. Because some other parties speak A and act B. I always am reminded of having listened to the current leader of the Democratic Alliance when he speaks about the NDP and emphasizes on the fact that he does not support everything that the NDP says. Immediately after having listened to that, be reminded about the former leader of the DA, who currently is still the Premier of the Western Cape, who was so emphatic that it's the NDP and nothing else. Contradiction between two leaders. You won't find that in the ruling party. It appears that the opposition cannot decide whether they support the NDP or not. The sooner they make up their minds, the better for our country. For the current 2015-16 financial year, the department intends acquiring 208,350 hectares at a cost of 1.253 billion. Of this, 141.119 million will be spent on acquiring land for farm dwellers and 132.19 million for labor tenants. The intention of land acquisition is to recreate the class of black commercial farmers, which was deliberately destroyed by the 1913 Natives Land Act and similar colonial and apartheid laws. Our president, in his State of the Nation address, outlined a 9-point plan to ignite growth and create jobs. The second of the 9 points is revitalizing agriculture and the agro-processing value chain. This is the context in which the department is implementing and refining the recapitalization and development program, launched in 2010 with the following objectives: increasing agricultural production, guaranteeing food security, graduating small farmers into commercial farmers, creating employment opportunities in the agricultural sector. Since the inception of this program, 3.2 billion has been spent on recapitalization. Much attention has also been given to ensure that we make well-considered decisions on the selection of farms to be acquired and the beneficiaries of allocated farms, as well as which farms to recapitalize. The National Land Allocation and Recapitalization Controlling Committee was established in 2013 to ensure that land reform proposals for acquisition, allocation, recapitalization, and development are consistent with government policy. Also to ensure interdepartmental coordination, cooperation, and budgetary alignment. We intend to put what we have learned from the land acquisition and recapitalization and development program to good use when we established, as we are doing now, the agri-parks. We have listened this afternoon how many of us have been emphasizing on the issue of agri-parks, a very, very important aspect of our work, as we make sure that we really make sure that poverty is a thing of the past in our rural areas. Money will also be allocated for production of key commodities identified in the APAP for the agri-parks by rural producers outside of the land reform farms. This includes rural, village-based producers and owners of their own land. As everybody can see, the work of the agri-parks is underway. We're also acting on another NDP proposal, the creation of district land committees, which we call district land reform committees, that will be responsible for identifying 20% of the commercial agricultural land in the district and giving commercial farmers the option of assisting its transfer to black farmers. In our budget vote last year, we said we'd establish these committees, and we're pleased to report that so far, in fact, we are certain that by the end of July, will have established the district land reform committees in all 44 districts by the end of this July, not next year. In order to implement the NDP's recommendations, these committees will identify farms suitable for acquisition by government, advise our minister on the strategic support needs of such farms, identify and interview potential candidates for farm allocation, advise the minister on strategic support needs of recommended candidates. The department wants to ensure that these committees are representative of all key interest groups, including organizations of established farmers. The minister's responsibility will also be to appoint a chairperson after a recommendation from the DLRCs. Members of the NCOP and the public are called upon to monitor the work of these important committees. Let us also take ownership on the implementation of the National Development Plan. In the current year, we'll implement new guidelines for the selection of beneficiaries. These emerged from discussions at the Land Tenure Summit held in September, which recommended that credible process be put in place to identify and select emerging farmers deserving support. The point here is, these pronouncements, which are regarded by our detractors as irresponsible from our minister, they are only intended to take us forward. In fact, in September, we started with a wide consultation. We did not stop there. We went to March, and then in May this year, it's a pity that the honorable gentleman from the Democratic Alliance, I don't see him anymore here now, availed himself to attend that particular summit in May and kept quiet for the whole day when South Africa was talking. And I may just want to tell him that those were not dreams. There are people, in fact, particularly white farmers, who have embraced the 50-50 policy framework that is advocated. Those are people who are looking into taking South Africa forward. It's not a dream, it's happening. We are speaking about something that is real. Beneficiaries should have the ability, passion, and commitment to farming. The following categories will apply. Category A, communal and village subsistence farmers, municipal common age farmers, and sustained homestead garden producers. Category B, agricultural sciences, university and college graduates. Agriculture, agribusiness, special course qualifiers, including NARISEC participants. Category C, a special category, women, including single women, military veterans, people with disabilities, and farm workers, dwellers and tenants. Siyaqhuba mphathiswa.
As we conclude, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. No, okay. I just wanted to say that on the land claims, Honorable Deputy Chair, even there, you know that we have now stretched and are going to the deep rural areas. In fact, our minister just a few days ago went to Ebenezer to make sure that the settlement of the claims there are taken forward. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable members. As we proceed, honorable members, I must confess, it's very painful to stop members from concluding their speeches. There is a clock there. Just observe that clock. If it is not working, then bring it to my attention so that it gets sorted out. Okay. Honorable Labuskakhne, can you continue with the debate?
Honorable Deputy Chair, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members, South Africa has one of the richest, diverse, and most valuable mineral wealth deposits in the world. These are commodities that cannot be taken for granted. Therefore, the Honorable Minister should take its policy development, a sound regulatory environment, and investment into mining seriously. Honorable Chair, 81%, 4.1 billion rand, of the department's budget is focused on enforcing compliance with legislation and promoting sustainable resource use and management over the medium term. The department plans to monitor and enforce compliance with the Minerals and Petroleum Resource Development Act of 2002 and the broad-based socio-economic charter for the South African mining industry. The plan is to conduct 550 legal compliance inspections and 5,100 environmental management inspections over the medium term. The department will continue doing research and advocacy work on hydraulic fracturing in preparation for licensing shale gas exploration and monitoring compliance with regulations once exploration starts. An additional amount of 108 million rand is granted for this work over the medium term. Shale gas exploration is expected to contribute to economic growth and job creation. The DA is still urging the department to prove that the impact of fracturing is thoroughly investigated and that the now published regulations will ensure that fracturing in the South African history will be seen as a major economic positive instead of an environmental dilemma with long-lasting effects on future generations. The DA welcomes the target of a 20% reduction in occupational fatalities and injuries, as well as a 10% reduction in occupational diseases. Honourable Deputy Chair, the government's 2014 to 2019 medium-term strategic framework advocates for the protection and enhancement of the environmental assets and natural resources. The department aims to rehabilitate 150 derelict and ownerless mines and limit the flow of acid mine water into the environment. These are much needed interventions to protect our scarce water resources from pollution, prevent illnesses and loss of agricultural activities in mining areas. A big concern, however, is the increase of 23.1% in expenditure for consultants and professional services to support the technical expertise needed for the rehabilitation work. We call on the Minister to ensure mining companies comply with rehabilitation plans and budgets according to that as prescribed to prevent the situation to escalate in future. The department furthermore aims to improve the participation of historically disadvantaged South Africans in the mining sector by granting a total of 600 mining rights and permits to historically disadvantaged South Africans over the medium term. The challenge, however, remains to ensure that the mining right or permit has been taken up by the same person to whom the prospecting right was granted. Honourable Chair, the DA believes that small-scale and informal mining should be encouraged, legalised and professionalised to promote entrepreneurship, self-development and wider participation across the mining industry, and thus welcomes the plan to support 240 small-scale mining projects. Through the Mineral Policy and Promotion Programme, 53.8% of the department's budget is being spent to attract investment through promoting South Africa's mining and petroleum sectors. The irony, however, is that since the promulgation of the MPRD in 2002, South Africa mining has entered a period of uncertainty and subsequently declining confidence. The government purports to understand the importance of mining as a means to power economic growth and job creation, but policy uncertainty has shown to contribute to underinvestment in this sector. Competition for capital from investors is fierce, and they have raised their hurdle rates due to a tough global economy. The Honourable Minister must be conscious of South Africa's global standing and positioning as a contributor to the international economy. Is our government doing enough to attract more investment opportunities and guarantees a sustainable future for mining in South Africa? Unfortunately, very little of freedom, fairness and opportunities for all can be seen in the way the government is talking up the prospects of mining while rules were imposed that will ensure that it does not grow. At times, government has been openly hostile to owners and potential investors, resulting that they looked to other destinations for their investments. Mining currently accounts for some 60% of exports by value and is thus vital to the health of this country's balance of payment. The DA views minerals as a natural resource that should be exploited to the maximum advantage of all the people of this country. To ensure that the exploitation of the resources benefits the country and its people, we must attract capital investment both from inside and outside the country by offering favorable rates of return. Once again, for the mining sector to be the key driver of economic growth and investment, the DA believes that this sector requires policy certainty and an efficient, predictable regulatory environment. The thicket of laws surrounding the possession and trade in diamonds should be reduced. South Africa should be a center of diamond trading, cutting and polishing by making these activities easier to conduct. Taxation changes and can encourage all activities from prospecting to diamond beneficiation. A percentage of royalty taxes should be used for the benefit of local communities where mining takes place. Honourable Deputy Chair, the DA would streamline empowerment requirements for the mining sector. This would be achieved by replacing the multitude of requirements in the mining charter and the social labour plans required by the MPRDA with the Empowerment Code for Mining that is aligned with the broad-based Black Economic Empowerment Codes for Good Practice. The Sectoral Empowerment Code for Mining and the BBEE codes will be simplified and aligned with national policy objectives in terms of job creation, skills development, and small business development. The regulatory environment should not only be designed for existing mines, but also look into accommodating exploration, junior companies, and entrepreneurs. Honourable Chair, I suggest the Minister contemplate these proposals before legislation and rules of the mining sector in our country becomes the drivers of investment, economic growth, and jobs in other countries instead of in our own country. Then, in conclusion, Honourable Deputy Chair, maybe the Honourable Mr. Lamashodi would be so kind to enlighten us today on the Grey Water Agreement in the Mogalakwena district, where he mysteriously landed a 20 million rand share in the PPL Anglo Platinum Mine for his wife. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kaula.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, if you want to start war with Africans, you have to tamper with one of their three precious attachments. First one is land, second one is livestock, and the third one is women. In 2014, the minister introduced the Restitution of Land Rights Amendment Act, which was signed into law in June 2014. The IFP fully supported this amendment because we thought it was going to put some speed into resolving outstanding matters on land reform. The minister further promised that mobile offices were going to be deployed throughout the rural areas of the country to assist the claimants in properly launching the new claims. Honorable Minister, this has not yet unfolded effectively. The process is still the same as before the amendment to the Act. The challenges pertaining to land reform are indeed compounded. The government's slow pace of the land restitution program, the 50-50 farmland ownership announcement or proposal by the state president, the announcement by the president that foreign acquisition of land will be limited to leasehold, all add confusion to the already compounded situation. Whilst not all these may have been misguided or misdirected, The problem is thinking out aloud and not converting the same thinking aloud to proper, clear policy directives. The IFP is very clear about what needs to happen on the issue of land reform. It is for this reason that at the dawn of democracy in 1994, the Ingonyama Trust Act was proclaimed in the erstwhile KwaZulu government. This was meant to entrench KwaZulu land ownership forever in the hands and guidance of the Zulu king and his subjects. Land was legally taken away from rightful owners. Therefore, proper and guided land reform must be initiated, but all these processes must take course within the bounds of the rule of law. We are not a lawless society, hence the country cannot afford to let these processes deteriorate to a state of lawlessness. The problem is that the rule of law cannot pick and choose like what government is doing today. At the present moment, the rule of law applies when it suits government to do so, and sometimes does not apply when it does not suit government to do so. This kind of behavior then spills down to the general behavior in respect of the rule of law and disrespect thereto by the general populace. Last time I appealed to the minister to collaborate with Amakhosi in rural areas in order to tackle rural development. Rural communities do have land available, especially for food security intended for self-sustainability. But things have changed these days. Climate change has brought with it new challenges to the way of doing things. Without the help and support of government, rural communities are not able to utilize the land effectively to ensure self-sustainability for food security on their families, which used to happen some years ago with very minimal or no government support at all. Umhlaba ihlonishwa omunye wathathwa ezandleni zamakhosi masenobuyisa nakama trust. Lokhu kuyayiqhatha imiphakathi yasemakhaya ngoba umhlaba wawuthathwe ezandleni zamakhosi. Kodwa masenobuyisa, you create fiefdoms and kingdoms, and that is a problem. When land was taken in the hands of Amakhosi, it must be returned into the hands of Amakhosi. Honorable Minister, you must improve the record of land restitution. Advocate, let me turn to your department, Mhlonishwa. The same old stories need to be kept on being repeated when it comes to our mineral resources in the continent until effective changes take place. Africa's mineral resources have continued to benefit people outside the continent more than they benefit people inside the continent. Beneficiation programs need to be fast-tracked in order to deal with this anomaly. For example, Honorable Minister, it is a shame that even the majority shareholding in the Reserve Bank of South Africa belongs to a German family. In other words, as a country, we have a bank which we control by statute, but technically it is remote controlled from Europe. This is absurd, to say the least. I'm just making an example. The rural communities of our country continue to be plagued by illegal activities of illegal sand mining with no attention by government on this subject. I reported this to the Honorable Deputy Minister last year. I'm appealing once more for attention to be directed to this issue. South Africa, like many of the other countries of our continent, is blessed with an abundance of mineral resources, but not properly utilized to the maximum benefit of the inhabitants of our continent. Even where transformation has taken place in respect of our mineral resources, this has been coupled with greed, nepotism, and favoritism. As a result of these, some of the industries have had to close shop, this to the detriment of our workforce, which is predominantly black South Africans. Poor management of our mineral resources must be dealt with. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I, in actual fact, expected an objection or a point of order on the third aspect, because it cannot be that African women are then seen as a possession of African men. But members were quiet. I was looking at members rising on a point of order. But it is now on record that this parliament does not okay. Honorable Kaila.
Honorable Chairperson.
Oh, is that a point? On what point are you asking?
Maybe as a point of correction, Chairperson, I did not use the word possession. I was very careful to say attachment, not possession.
makes it even worse. Honorable Gaila.
Chairperson, amadoda othi caka nento zawo amadoda. Akho ndoda ihleli nenkosikazi enye. Uyabona ethe cwaka nje wena sinento zethu singamadoda. Onke amadoda amnyama njalo. Asinongcola ke mhlekazi. Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, members, the strategic plan and budget of the Department of Mineral Resources needs to be revisited so that all the mandates of the department are attended to during the current financial year. These include a revision of the Precious Metal Acts, the Diamond Act, and others. The integration and finalization of the South African Mineral Resource Database is an urgent matter. Continued delayed in this area make it very difficult for the historically disadvantaged people, underline historically disadvantaged people, not certain people, selected people of this country to benefit from the mineral resources. Further, the targets of the current the targets of the current administration is elaborated during the State of the Nation address will be far-fetched dream. Indeed, Chairperson, the annual performance plan of the department can never be complete without a very clear and aggressive strategy on women and youth in mining. This strategy should cover both areas of direct participation and ownership, as well as the need to protect their rights at work. The coal mine wage negotiations should be looked at with interest so that it is managed properly and avoid a repeat of the platinum mine experience. Lastly, on the Chairperson, we appeal to the department to assist the mine workers who have left their job due to illness to receive their benefits. This is a very sorry state in the rural areas where people die without receiving their benefits. We welcome the Minister with regard to the settlement of the 1998 Baziak land claim. We are certain that a resolution of this matter will lead to unprecedented economic boom in the area of KSD municipality. However, we are equally concerned about the lack of progress with regards to Ivory Timber, Kwalindila, and Paynes Farm settlement. Honorable Minister, it is over 17 years that these beneficiaries have been waiting. Worst of all, if you talk for Ivory Timber, 45 beneficiaries have been verified in the time of Deputy Minister Ngesi, but up to date, they are not paid. Some of them are dying. We urge you to use your leadership to settle this claim once and for all. Yes, we are very clear that these committees are fighting, but we need to come up with a solution to assist the people. Secondly, we always guard against limiting the scope of rural development to agriculture when in fact it covers a whole range of sectors that directly talk to socio-economic development of our community. In this regard, the strategic plan of the department is welcome. There is a need to draw clear lines between functions of the Department of Rural Development as against those of Department for Agriculture. This given more importance, seeing that at provincial level, these departments are placed under one executive authority. Lastly, the formation of agricultural parks is welcome. We welcome the one in Ngaka, but it is still not at its full potential, and we request the department to plow more money in this, and we hope that this is not also going to be another white elephant like Magwa and Majority. We urge you to plow more and do more for our people. Lastly, the 50-50 agricultural land policy is welcomed by the UDM. However, we are concerned because when the president in his State of the Nation address was talking of all the land, but all of a sudden you talk of agricultural land. Chairperson, Honourable Minister, kunzima kwezinye indawo ubana umuntu omnyama osokola yathenga indlu. Nakule ndawo ndikuyo kunzima. Masiyijonge loo nto ngo-1994, ngo-1964, itithara yomlungu ibikwazi uthenga indlu. Kuthena ngokuna kuphethe urhulumente wethu kunzima ubana abantu bakuthi bathenga umhlaba. Ibalekile le nto lena mamuwana. Ningafane ningathi nayidoda but ibaleke kakhulu. Abantu bethu nabo bayayifuna imihlaba, bayafuna uthenga izindlu edolophini, bayafuna uthenga izindlu kwi-coastal areas. Nowadays, abantu abamnyama nabefuna udibulebe ezilali kwi-coastal areas kuthiwa be a kilometer away. Why is it kukurhulumente wethu? We need to address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nyambi, can you continue the debate?
Deputy Chairperson, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Special Delegates, Salga, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes it's always a challenge when you happen to have a party that is represented by more than 5 people in this August House. But every time when we're debating, hardly get even a single person. If you are going to have one, it will be very fortunate for that person to be in the house for 10 minutes. But yet those people will come here and do declarations. I hope South Africans are watching. South Africa has launched a new charter to facilitate the sustainable transformation and development of its mining industry, which emphasizes on the target of 26% black ownership of the country's mining assets. It is imperative that we do not underestimate redressing historical and social inequalities as stated by our Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The policy objectives stated in the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Bill are to expand opportunities for historically disadvantaged persons to enter the mining and mineral industry. Our sons and daughters must benefit without shame from the exploitation of the nation's mineral resources. It cannot be that our generations suffer the struggles suffered by our forefathers. We are aware of the department's intention to deal with the scarcity of relevant skills, as this has been identified as one of the barriers to entry into mining sector by historically disadvantaged South Africans. Sadly, some continue to be disadvantaged even to date. In appreciating the strides that this country has gone through, we note the commitment by the department to re-engineer new and guiding transformational policies which for a long time never existed, or where they did, they preferred certain people over the other. I refer to the Mine Health and Safety Amendment Bill, which will serve before our committees. We look forward to programs such as Mining Pakisa with our Honorable President J.G. Zuma referred to in his State of the Nation address. Mining Pakisa will be convened to deliver fast and implementable results to the country's development priorities. The racial ownership pattern of the country's mining assets has remained largely unchanged. According to the assessment that was made in the previous years, it became evident that white men and women dominated top management and technical position in South Africa's mining industry. As if that was not enough, they earn much more than their black counterparts, regardless of skills and experience. Unfortunately, this is a history that we have inherited, while some of us pretend as if things has always been rosy. The mining charter makes provision for the complete elimination of hostels on South Africa's mines by 2015 and introduces a sustainable element premised on the understanding that the social license to operate includes the environmental health, safety, performance. For years, the mining companies have bullied their workers and the state with the strict bottom line and overproduction that drove prices down in the first place. While we are cognizant of the many challenges that have become characteristic of the South African operating environment, we also acknowledge that local mining companies have learned to be adaptable and proactive when dealing with such programs of survival. Honorable Minister, we applaud the role played by your department in addressing the plight of ex-mine workers in our respective provinces. As the house that is representing the interest of provinces, we'll always appreciate that whenever you call, whether you term it imbizo, we are made to be aware so that we can be able to come and be very constructive and give credit where it's due. Allow me to quote Amik Cabral, Deputy Chairperson, open quote. Always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their life go forward, to guarantee the future of their generation, close quote. Let me be upfront to commend the minister and his deputies for successful land summits that we were invited. The outcome of the summit was a clear confirmation that land is indeed a very emotive issue. It will be in order for our current generation to understand that land belongs to many that passed on, very few that is living, and very many that is still to be born. As a permanent delegate representing Mpumalanga, I can speak with confidence that I'm from Gasiboshwa community in Komias Municipality, the community that was dispossessed in Tenbush. Honorable Minister, we applaud the role by your department because that land has been restored back to that community. Of course, there will always be challenges, but when they are telling, because we have people that are surviving out of what happened in 1954, you realize that we still have a challenge in addressing some of those. Others will come here and show us pictures as if we are playing or we want to make a movie. Deputy Chairperson, allow me to use a book that was given to us, and all of us are claiming that at all times we'll pay allegiance to it. And I'll link it to what was said by Honorable Sikwacha when he was dealing with the National Development Plan. The book that all of us will always carry. I wanted to use the one of my friend next to me, Honorable Member, but unfortunately he could not give me, because when I'm reading, you might think that I'm adding, but I wanted to read from the Honorable Member's book. All of us, we have the book. It will be, and I can be happy to have yours. Let me quote the book as it says: "We, the people of South Africa, recognizes the injustice of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, and respect those who work to build and develop our country. and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it. United in our diversity, we therefore, through our freely elected representative, adopt this constitution as the supreme law of the Republic, so as to heal the division of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. Lay the foundation for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people and every citizen is equally protected by law. Improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person, and build a united and democratic South Africa able to take its rightful place as a sovereign in the family of nations. May God protect our people, close quote. Honorable Deputy Chair, that book is the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Are we as members honest to the preamble, or we are just selective? I challenge members, let us not dare be selective when dealing with the Constitution. As Deputy Minister Skwacha quite correctly exposed some leadership of political parties' serious contradictions when it comes to the National Development Plan, NDP. When we say we support budget vote 29 mineral resources and budget vote 39 rural development and land reform, we are not doing because it's fashionable, but we are doing because it's trying to respond to the challenges that has been identified and clearly stated in our preamble. When we are saying we want to honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, let us at all times as members ask ourselves, what does that mean? And that will assist us to both departments, Honorable Minister, Deputy Ministers. Ngesintu sakithi kuthiwa noma ungayitfola lenja igula kangakanani angete yasukela imoto lemile ikhongotse ukhongotswa lehambako. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. I then call on Honorable Minister Nkwinti to conclude the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. I wish to thank honorable members profusely for their contribution, all of them, including those who saw differently. Secondly, the Honorable Sfaku, and he mentioned the 50-50. I think there's a very interesting farmer, one Jonathan Bradfield, who owns a processing plant and a pineapple farm. He's offering 25% on the land where he grows pineapple and 25% on the processing plant in the 50-50. So there are many, he's one of many who are celebrating this, whilst the honorable members listening to the, you see there's a disjuncture, Deputy Chairperson, between the organizations and the members in the farming community. The ordinary farmer, we've got more than 50 already proposals in terms of the policy framework of 50-50. So we're very, very excited about this. The agri-parks, cooperatives, the Honorable Pakis, thanks very much. I think the question of seats is critical. Thanks for that. The 19th, we have got beyond the cut-off date of 1913. We have the President pronounced on this 2 years ago. We're working on the exceptions to the 1913 cut-off date for the COA and the SAN, and actually the COA and the SAN are more advanced in policy development on the exceptions to the 1913 cut-off date, Honorable EFF. The historical landmarks and heritage sites We're working on that. It's going beyond
Just hold
the
it,
cut-off date
Honorable,
of 1930.
Minister.
On what point are you rising, Honorable?
Oh,
Tile?
I'm rising to just, caution the minister. I'm not
Come
honorable.
again, order, honorable members.
Allow him. I'm rising on a point of correction. I'm not honorable EFF.
No.
Honorable Mtile.
No, that's not a point of order. Continue, honorable.
This is very serious. I want the minister to know that.
No. Honorable
he's
Mtile, just
addressing
take your seat,
Honorable
please.
Mtile.
Honorable Mtile, can you take your seat?
Thank you.
That's not a point of order. Proceed, honorable.
Thank you, Chair. On the climate change from the honorable member from the DA, it's true. The Animal and Field Management Program actually deals with this question. We've got a program for that. I don't want to go to detail, but it's a program, you're correct. We're working on that. On the question, Salga, thanks very much. Disploma is such a critical legislation, and actually the challenge there is that you've got modernity and post-feudal tensions there, which we're managing. So it's true. Thanks very much for offering to be part of that. The lodgement, Honorable Member Kaula, it actually is happening. There are 2 mobile buses there are 4 in all for the country. The 2 for KZN, dealing KZN and the Eastern, is coming. It's already started. We've got more than, in actual fact, we've got more than 70% already that have lodged claims. 70% of the total for the last 5 years, the previous window. It's all has to do with the mobile buses. The last comment, Chair, is that how do you explain, I've been trying to explain this, how do you explain the fact that you have an ultra-right DA and an ultra-left EFF, yet every time they debate, they come to the same conclusions? How does it work? An ultra-left and an ultra-right, they come to the same conclusion. How does it work? I think we need some kind of theorization on this. And you know, there used to be, in the apartheid parliament, there used to be a party called the Conservative Party, led by one Dr. Trernecht. He was a breakaway from the National Party. He opposed everything that the National Party was doing, even good things. As a result, it ended with his leader, the title of being Dr. No. We are seeing a reincarnation of Dr. No here in our parliament with the EFF, the breakaway party from the African National Congress, the governing party. They oppose everything the ANC says. It doesn't matter. You know, you have been listening to the ringing of the bells in the National Assembly. They've got a sign, they say, we want divide. Every time you put everything, we're going to go back to the NA now. You listen to the bells there, it's them. They are opposed to everything that the ANC is doing. Doesn't matter how good it is, they actually are becoming a reincarnation of the Conservative Party of Dr. Trernecht of the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister Ramatlori, can you conclude your debate?
Minister Nkwinte, I think the answer to your question lies in the shape of the earth is round. If somebody moved to the west and another to the east, you eventually meet and I'll pass that. Now, I want to welcome all the contributions that were made and say to Honorable Mtile, my homeboy from Limpopo, that we did not murder people in American. But anyway, that matter is sub judice. The report is coming out. We'll be told what to do going forward to avoid a recurrence of that unfortunate situation. So Marikana should not be celebrated. There may be some amongst us who do so. I think we are doing fine in terms of mining safety, reducing fatalities. We are on good course.
in comparison with previous fatalities that were there under apartheid, and such as the example I've given in my input. And I want to move to the next question, which was by Honorable Labuskarne, the issue of policy certainty. We definitely understand the need to do that, and as a matter of urgency. Not that there is no law that is applicable as we speak. The laws that seek to repeal are still applicable. And the Constitution of the Republic is justiciable. Executive acts, both policies and administrative acts, are justiciable. So in a sense, the debate about policy certainty sometimes tends to be a bit exaggerated in my view. And I explain this to investors all the time, including yesterday, lunchtime. I had a meeting with those who put money in the mines here in South Africa at the Table Bay Hotel to explain the process and how far we are in terms of seeking to put the bed as a that have gone through the processes. It is here in the NCOP. The department will be assisting in that regard. Now, the issue of the 20 million shares, if you're a public representative, you can't be having some ghosts in some. You don't keep skeletons in there. The truth is that the shares are there, and they are in my wife's name, previous wife. They're subject to legal processes of disposal. So there's nothing that we are hiding somewhere. Please. Because the impression is that we're not telling the truth about the shares. They're there, they were legally acquired. So they exist. I want to confirm. They are there. Right. Now, I want to, and then deal with the issue of attitude towards investors. We're not hostile to investors. I do a lot of work promoting investment in the Republic. And the best thing that you do in order to promote investment is to tell the investors the truth, whether they like it or they don't like it. So your 26% issue is a major, major issue for debate whenever I go in the world. And I tell them that there is a rational basis for that decision. So we cannot allow a situation where Wires continue to own the minerals, even as we separated them from the land. Because that's what we did in 1994. The Constitution said the land. Now, the Minister Nkwinti is battling with the 94 land ownership issues. But we were able to remove the minerals from the land and put them under state ownership so that we could we could access those minerals. So 26% is the beginning of that process. And and when you talk truth to people, they understand you. Don't try and sugarcoat the debates, and which I don't try and do. Whether I'm in New York or I'm in Cape Town, I tell them the truth. 26% is going to stay, and it's just the beginning. Lastly, the issue of beneficiation. We have to beneficiate because we know the minerals are finite. So if we can do something about those minerals to expand our economy, to fuel the economy, we should do so. And so we are going to beneficiate. We are going to designate certain minerals as strategic for development in the country, and so that we make abundantly clear to the investors. And I was saying to those I had lunch with yesterday, they're saying there may be investment that pulls out. I say, well, it will be regrettable, but we still have to do it because Europe and other America were developed on the basis of beneficiation with our minerals being used. So our head of state and government have taken decisions that we have to benefit our own people. Secondly, SADC has taken decisions to say we've got to industrialize. So as a minister of minerals, I must avail those minerals for those purposes. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable members. That concludes the debate. I shall then call on the secretary to read the 7th order of the day.
Policy debate on budget vote number 26, Energy Appropriation Bill, Bill 6 of 2015.
Welcome the Minister Tina Chumat Peterson.
Dumelang le bome le bore. Your Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Minister and Ministers as is leaving, members, managers, the senior managers of the department, the National Development Plan seeks to eradicate poverty in South Africa by 2030. The overarching development goal this creates is an opportunity for intensive programs for job creation. The past year has seen a rapid evolution of our energy system. A crisis does present us with opportunities. We are poised at the fissure of a world-class, dependable and sustainable energy sector. The national energy backbone we are building creates hope for an increased energy security, economic benefits, industrial development, job creation and clean energy. The commitments made by the President in the State of the Nation address and the efforts specifically announced to deal with South Africa's broader energy challenges include the need for the radical transformation of South Africa's energy mix. This also includes affecting structural challenges and changes to public sector entities to assist them with addressing our energy challenges. Further investments in renewable energy and the provision of support for the transition to a low-carbon economy remain our key objective. Notwithstanding these focus areas, we will continue to exploit coal for producing electricity and liquid fuels. One of the key lessons learned from our past and current power challenges is the need to coordinate our planning and the timing of new energy investments. In response to this, government has put in place a planning framework for the energy sector anchored in the Integrated Energy Plan and the Integrated Resource Plan. These are the instruments to drive government set objectives beyond just energy security. They include policy objectives such as job creation through localization, reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, and reducing water usage. Our efforts also continuously seek to diversify supply through regional integration, energy efficiency, lowering the cost of energy, and importantly, increasing access to energy. These elements form an integral part of our strategic orientation towards energy security and access. Our experience to date have shown that new investments in generation alone are insufficient and must be accompanied by significant expansion of the transmission network in order to minimize the overall cost of electricity. This is to maintain system reliability and to mitigate locational market power. Our renewable energy independent power producer program continues to make notable progress with projects now located in the Eastern Cape, Western Cape, Northern Cape, Free State, Northwest, and we are growing in other provinces. According to Bloomberg New Energy Finance, global interest in investing in renewable energy has increased, placing South Africa at number 9 of the top 10 clean energy investment countries, where other sectors are struggling to attract investments. This program has with a cumulative investment of 193 billion rand, and we should congratulate this program. It's a flagship program between government and the private sector, It aims not only to secure clean electricity, but also contributes to socio-economic development. We have contracted a total of 5,243 megawatts of green energy, which is connected to the grid. All bid windows to date, a total contribution of 19.1 billion has been committed to socio-economic development. This will be spent over the next 20 years as the projects are developed. 6 billion is earmarked to be spent on enterprise development initiatives, and I'm asking the members to submit us those initiatives that you would like funded. Assuming an even annual spend, the average contribution per annum would be 955 million and 300 million respectively. This can go a long way in our efforts to alleviate and eradicate poverty. We urge provincial governments and municipalities to provide leadership on how these interventions should evolve. Alignment with the district and local integrated development plans will be critical. The procurement documentation for an additional 1,800 megawatts bid window will be available by end June 2015 with a submission date of end September 2015. This creates an opportunity for all ready projects, including those that were unsuccessful from the previous renewable energy bid windows 1 to 4. Early connected projects will receive preference. Security of supply and the reliability of electricity are some of the most important contributors to the growth of the South African economy. The department is working tirelessly to find affordable solutions to the shortage of supply. In line with our commitments in this regard, the cogeneration request for bids was released to the market on the 4th of June 2015. The first window of 800 megawatts cogeneration program will be on the 10th of August 2015. This program is designed with many bid opportunities and is intended to harness green and brownfields projects, which will be a quick win in support of the demand in the country. Through this program, here we are including the other provinces. Extensive coverage will be projects in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and KwaZulu-Natal. Our gas to power request for information documentation was released to the market. The opportunity to submit responses will remain open until 20 July. We are encouraged by the overwhelming interest in this program. The procurement of 3,126 megawatt of this program is on track and expected to kick off during the second half of 2015. 2,500 megawatt co-program bid submission date is the 28th of August, and we will announce preferred bidders by the end of the year. Given the calls from developers and communities alike, this program has been extended to offer opportunities for small-scale renewable energy producers. This will stimulate additional small local entrepreneurs as well as a financial market to provide access to finance for such small entrepreneurs. Through our partnership with the DBSA and the German development agency KfW, the small projects procurement approach is being implemented to promote partnerships between large experienced developers, facilitate skills transfer and risk mitigation. I also request members to submit proposals for this. Investments in clean energy sector continue to assist in the alleviation of unemployment. It is estimated that about 21,900 jobs will be created during construction and 38,500 jobs during the operations. I'm happy to announce that through the IPP office, the department will soon launch a dedicated program for the development of young professionals, which will target bursary programs, graduate programs, and a young professional program. This program will focus on South Africans, with 80% of the total participants being employment equity candidates. Over the past few months, the problems of load shedding have underscored the importance of saving energy. It is self-evident that more effort needs to be put into ensuring that the energy that we produce goes further in being utilized for its intended purpose. Energy efficiency is recognized the world over as the most cost-effective manner of securing a resource as scarce as energy. The energy that was never wasted is indeed the cheapest energy that can be harnessed. In this budget year, The department will focus on the following energy efficiency initiatives. Insofar as policy and regulatory space, the National Energy Efficiency Strategy and Action Plan will be finalized. This will provide an analysis of our energy situation, isolating the factors that inhibit efficiency energy uses. Entities with energy usage above certain thresholds at a contiguous site will be required by law to submit these energy management plans and monitoring functions. We need private sector assistance in providing energy statistics for our country. This will enable us to plan appropriately as well as to advance our energy security agenda. We therefore appeal to all stakeholders to play a positive role in this regard. The Municipal Energy Efficiency and Demand-Side Management Program will continue, and we make a call on all municipalities to take advantage of the potential of this initiative. The taxation, the Income Tax Act, that we can explain to you as well. Our focus on reducing the energy consumption associated with street lighting worked very well in the Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality. This pilot project was successfully completed. We will now embark on a national rollout of this project. The model for the solar water heater program will be changed, with implementation now led by the Department of Energy instead of Eskom. The planned new contracting model has been submitted for cabinet approval, and hopefully tomorrow it will be endorsed. The Integrated National Electrification Program is responsible for planning, project management, and funding the bulk infrastructure grid and non-grid new connections for households. President Zuma indicated in his State of the Nation address that access to electricity had to be fast-tracked in Amatole, OR Tambo, Alfred Nzo, Umzanyati, and Greater Sekukune, because these districts have the highest infrastructure backlogs. Just as long as you get it, the pronunciation will come later. 4.2 billion was appropriated for this program in the 14-15 financial year. We achieved 233,455 household grid connections. This year, the Department of Energy has built 5 new substations, upgraded 15 more, and built more than 430 kilometers medium voltage lines. We must also indicate that most of the new household connections are concentrated in very remote areas. This causes challenges since most of the rural areas are far from the existing grid. This necessitates the installation of additional bulk infrastructure to connect these areas. Rural connections are on average 4 times more expensive than urban connections, while in some cases this figure can be as high as 10 times more expensive. We're therefore looking at off-grid and non-grid solutions to our far-flung rural areas. Fuel cells and the development of fuel cells is one of the pilot projects we have done successfully and which we will roll out in the rural areas. The National Electrification Program received an allocation of 5.7 billion. Eskom and municipalities will receive 3.6 billion and 2 billion respectively. An additional 313 million is earmarked for these non-grid programs. Due to the large rural connections still outstanding, Eskom has received a larger portion of the INE program. It has to deliver 280,000 new grid and non-grid connections in this budget cycle. We are monitoring Eskom very closely. We are a caring government, and our policies are meant to ensure that electricity tariffs that apply to the poor are sensitive to the plight of poverty afflicting many communities. Municipalities are urged to isolate those end users that are indigent for targeting with appropriate tariff designs. Over and above inclining block tariffs, we have put in place numerous other mechanisms to protect the poor against high electricity tariffs. Free basic electricity, free basic alternative energy has been identified to assist poor families. Approximately 20 billion is transferred to municipalities for purposes of distribution as free basic electricity and all municipalities are participating. The solar water heater program is meant to reduce the financial burden on beneficiaries by providing a cost-effective technology for heating water. We believe that a combination of cross-subsidization, free basic electricity, and solar water heating should cover the energy needs of the indigent. Our fuel switching strategy involves the substitution of electricity by liquefied petroleum gas. We are asking you to start cooking with gas, and we have to start demystifying the notion that if you use a gas bottle for cooking, you're going to blow up, or the safety measures of using gas will have to be explained. The total appropriation of the department for 2015-16 is 7.5 billion, with 93% being earmarked for transfer to municipalities and state-owned entities. The remaining 70% will be utilized by the department. I wish to announce to this House that South Africa will host the International Renewable Energy Conference from the 3rd to the 7th October in Cape Town. This is because the world sees us as the leading example on independent power producers with solar and wind energy or renewable energy. This is the first time the conference will be brought to Africa. We expect more than 6,000 delegates, including over 100 ministers. Honorable members, Chairperson, you are invited. Your gold embossed invitation will follow. We want to encourage Parliament, that the energy sector and our communities to assist the Department of Energy and Sanedi, who will host this conference, in making this conference a success. We will be welcoming our delegates to Cape Town with the full support of government. We will make this a broad-based international renewable energy event, and not only an event for an elite few and for technicians and academics. This has to be a distinct focus on Africa and its development. Provinces like the Northern Cape, the Western Cape, you have to have ordinary people representing there, telling their stories. And Honorable Chairperson, we have a good story to tell.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, may I therefore call on Honorable Makue, Chairperson of the Select Committee, to continue with the debate.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson and members, Honorable Minister Jumat Patterson and Deputy Minister Majola, who are responsible for the Department of Energy, the senior staff from the Department of Energy, esteemed and interested persons in the gallery, and other followers of this debate. My sincere appreciation is extended to Honorable Lito Suka, who served this committee as chairperson with diligence. My appreciation is also extended to all members of the Select Committee for their commitment to the work that we have to do in this department. You should know that without your selfless commitment and generous support, we would not have achieved what we did. Thank you. To all our young people in this beautiful country with so much untapped potential, we wish that your celebration of National Youth Day last week was meaningful and memorable. As we salute the heroes and heroines of 1976, this democratic government is painfully aware of the array of challenges that continues to plague our young people today, and enthusiastically look forward to partnering with you in pursuit of consolidating the gains we have already made and improving on reaching your aspirations and dreams. This government relies on the energy and the skills of our youth in ensuring that the APP and the budget of the Department of Energy has meaning and significance for many generations to come. I'm particularly starting with young people to indicate that what this government is doing has long-term benefits for all people of this country. Thank you, Minister and staff of the Department of Energy, for accepting the NCOP's oversight, responsibility, and for presenting your strategic plan, your APP, and your budget to the Select Committee already on the 5th of May this year. Honorable members, the entities reporting to this department are National Nuclear Regulator, the Central Energy Fund, the South African Nuclear and Energy Corporation, the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Institute, the National Energy Regulator of South Africa, and South Africa's National Energy Development Institute. It is important to draw our attention to the fact that Eskom does not resort, yes, it does not fall under this department. Please therefore desist from raising matters that are unrelated to this budget vote. By availing energy in a more equitable manner to all South Africans instead of an elite minority, this government has to increase production of energy sources and supply to the grid. This is in line with addressing historical inequalities and poverty. In an article that is produced by the Power People Planet project, it is stated that 621 million Africans do not have access to electricity. 621 million Africans. And 60% of sub-Saharan Africa's energy is consumed by South Africa. And when we are planning energy production in this country, we are mindful of the rest of the continent. It was the former president of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, and the former secretary of the United Nations, Dr. Kofi Annan, who stated in a recent article that without universal access to energy services of adequate quality and quantity, countries cannot sustain dynamic growth, build more inclusive societies, and accelerate progress towards eradicating poverty. Therefore, this budget has that objective in mind as well, of dealing with the energy needs of our people so that we can succeed in our fight to eradicate poverty. There is an array of legislative and other mandates that form part of the APP of the Department of Energy. I'll mention 4 of them. The first is to increase investment and capacity in power generation. The second is to promote administrative justice in the decisions made by the energy regulator and accordingly promote efficient regulation of the energy sector. Thirdly, to increase diversification of the energy sources. And then fourthly, to ensure investment in power generation. The Department of Energy plans to encourage increased investment in electricity generation. And the Minister, Juma Peterson, has referred to the partnerships that is being envisaged with the private sector. It is imperative to note that development of such major projects does not happen in a vacuum. As a responsible government, we have to ensure appropriate legislation is in place and that our natural resources are adequately protected and managed in a sustainable manner. The Select Committee also noted with appreciation that the Department of Energy considered the contemporary and future challenges in formulating its APP and strategic objectives. We are responsible to future generations. In its strategic objective 2.1, the department states that it is to improve energy security. The Department of Education shall accordingly implement an integrated energy plan based on a diversified mix of energy generations while increasing competition in the energy sector. In strategic objective 2, it is to improve liquid fuels energy security. Members, petroleum and petroleum product regulations will be monitored and enforced by the Department of Energy. Grid connections for those rural households that are still not connected are included in this budget. This may not be important for some opposition parties and may result in a vote against the budget. For us in the ANC, it is important to indicate that government is committed to a better life and equality for all people through the presentation of this energy budget. The Department of Energy Nuclear Energy Branch is responsible to manage the South African nuclear energy industry and control nuclear material in terms of international obligations, and for nuclear legislation and policies to ensure the safe and peaceful use of nuclear energy. This department and government will not enter into projects without careful consideration of its pros and cons. In the end, our decision is to serve what is in the best interest of our people and our country. Clean energy will be prioritized. 3 sub-programs of the Department of Energy's branch are energy efficiency, renewable energy, and climate change and designated national authority. The Clean Energy Branch will coordinate and monitor the implementation of energy-related climate change response measures and environmental compliance. It's stated in Strategic Objective 6.1 of the budget we're presenting to you. The target is to develop energy consumption baselines for an additional 100 municipalities, and to further identify development opportunities and provide necessary support to other renewable technologies that have the potential to contribute to the electricity, heat, and transport sectors. Awareness on renewable energy will be promoted within the public sector and the general public. Chairperson, the Department of Education's Program 4 mentions a wide range of energy programs and projects. Allow me to only refer to one of the annual targets, and that is to provide a sustainable electricity distribution intervention plan, including the effect on tariffs, and start with the implementation to deal with the electricity infrastructure backlog in mining town municipalities. Municipalities mentioned in the State of the Nation address, and the Minister elaborated on them, and then finally to also look at the so-called hotspots. Our approach as the ANC-led government is not only to supply energy to the rich and wealthy, but to also look at the energy needs of people who have been historically neglected in this country, and we do so at great cost to the fiscus. Program 4 will also report on energy efficiencies initiated by municipalities through DORA allocations and other entities, with the amount of energy saved and on the detail of energy interventions pending availability of resources. Chairperson, it's been my pleasure to present this budget for approval by the NCOP. Yabonga, Siyaquba.
Thank you. Honorable Van Lingen.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Honourable Deputy Minister, Honourable Members. The legacy of this government, this department, this Honourable Minister will be a mountain of debt, chaining the future generations to long-term, large-scale projects. The current energy plan will rob the poor of any access to affordable electricity. This government plans to finance nuclear power generation by imposing debilitating electricity costs on future consumers and put our country's precarious fiscus in a position of collapse. In spite of advice from multiple cautions by experts, this government knows better. The NDP cautions against the potentially prohibitive cost of nuclear and asks for an in-depth investigation in the viability of nuclear energy. The IRP 13 update cautions against commitments to long-term, large-scale investment decisions. International research demonstrates that mega projects generally miss their targets by large margins. 1 in 10 succeeds. Projects either cost double, or they serve half the number of people, or they take twice as long, or all three of them. The immediate beneficiaries of a nuclear deal would be a very few, select few. In her budget speech, the Honourable Minister glibly stated the Cabinet-approved IRP 2010 provides for 9.6 megawatts of electricity generated through nuclear power, with the first unit commissioned by 2023. She, however, conveniently forgets that the IRP is a living document and that this should be updated every 2 years. She fails to note that the 2010 update, released in 2013, after consultation with energy experts, unions, industry, and civil society, is being completely ignored. Why? Because it does not meet the greedy needs of a chosen few. We are currently suffering the effects of a preventable crisis caused by poor policy decisions over the past 17 years. The ANC government is again committing to unaffordable solutions based on outdated information. If the Honourable Minister has nothing to hide, why has she not tabled the International Atomic Energy Agency's report on the readiness of this country for nuclear energy? The Honourable Minister signed an agreement with Russia in September 2014, but only on Friday, 12 June this year, 9 months later, were all the nuclear agreements tabled in Parliament. Noting on Friday, 19 June, that the building of a nuclear power plant will commence at Tayspend early in 2016, conveniently an election year. Premature statements by the Energy Department officials clearly indicate political manipulation of a supposedly independent environmental impact assessment process. The process is still uncompleted. Extensive public participation worth millions of rands are now nullified by the power and greed of the ANC. The Russian agreement tabled in Parliament reveals that the agreement indemnifies the Russians from any liability arising from nuclear accidents during the reactor's life, and South Africa will be solely responsible for damage both inside and outside South Africa. It hands Russians a host of regulatory concessions and special favorable treatment in tax and other financial matters, but offers South Africa none such incentives. Require Russia's permission if South Africa wants to export nuclear technology it develops locally as a result of learning from the Russians, thereby hindering government's aim that nuclear new build program will develop a globally competitive nuclear industry. It is astounding that some clauses in the Russian agreement are actually in contravention of our country's constitution. In fact, the clauses in the agreement irreversibly and inappropriately compromise our sovereignty. It is a fact that international nuclear projects currently in progress have failed in meeting the budget and timelines. For example, the Ukukuyu nuclear power plant in Turkey. It is important for South Africa to ask why the ANC government is ignoring the recommendations of the Readiness for Nuclear Energy Development in South Africa by the International Atomic Energy Agency. Where is the regulation framework? I heard the minister was referring to it, and I hope it comes quickly because you can't make it up as you go along. Why is there no costing plan up front to be sure that affordability of the nuclear power plant build? How does one budget on a scale from 400 billion to 1 trillion? Why is the government so secretive on the non-strategic assets that will be sold off to generate 23 billion for energy security? But the promise was to fund the 23 billion was against the sale of non-strategic assets. South Africans need to know why South Africa is held ransom for a deal where Russia is the underwriter and not accountable for the build, own and operate project for any liability whatsoever.
Honorable Makue, why?
Chairperson.
Order. Honorable Makue.
Chairperson, I wanted to ask the member whether there's a nuclear plant in Western Cape. But
No,
because
no,
of
no,
the
no,
disruptions,
no, Honorable
I
Makue.
won't
No,
ask
Honorable
whether
Makue.
there's a nuclear plant.
Honorable Makue.
I won't
No,
ask.
no. You have to ascertain whether it's ready to take a question. Are you ready to take a question, Honorable Van Lingen?
No, Chairperson.
No. Continue, Honorable Van Lingen.
We would rather focus our attention on how to end electricity blackouts and speed up energy efficiency and renewable energy programs. In the short term, solutions to be implemented are focus on energy efficiency, amend the proposed Eskom appropriation bill granting Eskom 23 billion in equity to be converted to a loan with specific performance-related conditions, utilize a sound market-related solution to fund the energy programs through privatization, ensure constant maintenance and management programs for generation, transmission and distribution sections of the infrastructure, enacting the ISMO bill, enabling smart grid contributions to the energy network by ordinary South Africans, immediately increasing the renewable energy projects in the next 5 years through the renewable program to meet the shortfall, and upgrade the grid for urgent conditions, and I heard the minister also referred to this. In developing the long-term solutions, restructuring Eskom into 3 separate entities, generation, transmission and distribution, determining affordable funding solutions for these entities such as privatization, government bonds, and add renewable projects and possible gas imports from Mozambique, as well as exploring options of gas finds below the Orange River mouth. The Honourable Minister is part of a snollygoster nucleus who controls the energy honeypot, the government and the country for their own benefit. There is no compassion for the poor or the future of South Africa. The DA government promises freedom, fairness and opportunity under the guidance of our values charter and the DA's vision for 2029. Our holistic approach for energy employment and economic growth will ensure energy justice, employment opportunities and equal opportunities. The time for change at the ballot box is upon us. The DA will give power back to the people, invest in affordable energy security for the real benefit of South Africans, and expose the allure of false promises of the nuclear industry. Let us save South Africa before there is nothing to save. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Ntebe.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. The Honorable Minister and the Deputy, Honorable Special Delegates, distinguished guests, SALGA delegates. It is important to note that the ANC has the responsibility to lead the entire society. We are providing services to you, Honorable Van Lingen, and your own membership, whether it's Christmas or it's Good Friday or it's public holiday. We would not set up a nuclear plant because it's 2016 year of the elections. We will continue to render services to our people despite the coming elections. And we want to tell you now, you are still going to be defeated.
Honorable Ntebe. Honorable Mtileni, why are you rising?
Chair. Is it parliamentary for a member to be presenting and chewing a gum at the same time? Honorable Ntebe has been chewing a gum for the past 2 hours. And I thought when he starts, debating, he will take it out, but he continues to chew it.
Take your seat.
Thank you.
But Honorable Ntebe never even spent 3 minutes while addressing us, but you are saying for the past 2 hours. No, take your seat. Continue, Honorable Ntebe. Honorable Mtileni, take your seat.
You know, you must be very careful. You must be very careful, Honorable Mtileni, because you are not your own reflection. You are a reflection of your own community, where you come from. And you must be exemplary in all efforts to represent them in the manner that is truthful, that is representative of their own mission and vision, with respect, with truthfulness at all material times. Honorable Minister, the ANC government is alive to the possibility and the reality that energy security goes to the heart of economic development and sustainable livelihood. The society that we are seeking to construct as the ANC is the society that is free of all energy constraints, and this commitment on our part requires zeal and determination. And we are committed in that regard. And yes, Minister, we want to agree with you that South Africa is not immune from the historical challenges that are impeding on our sustainable developmental goals. I wonder to what extent do others agree with me on that point? And yes, Minister, South Africa carries the responsibility to contribute positively to the country's developmental needs and to Africa broadly as a continent. We recommit to work with all the stakeholders in finding an amicable solution to the energy challenges facing the country. Because in all fairness, it is the ANC that has first admitted that there is energy challenges in the country and set up structures in place for us to be able to sort out the challenges moving forward. We welcome the declaration that there are beginning to be signs of diversification in the energy sector, which saw 28% of the 48% of the IPPs being black South Africans. And we want to impress on that point, Minister, and say, continue to do work in that regard so that we begin to become inclusive in our approach and we begin to open up space in previously closed sectors for our own people to be able to participate. Honorable Minister, cogeneration supply of about 720 megawatts will go a long way in easing the pressure on the grid. And we want to say, we thank your leadership in that regard for making sure that this is possible. Minister, the Grand Inga project is anticipated to be the largest hydroelectric power project in the whole world. And yes, with this potential to power the whole continent, with this we will demonstrate our commitment that indeed we are Africa and we are one. And Minister, we want to say to those who don't understand and those who were grandstanding on the Grand Inga project, that when you take 4,800 megawatts, give it to the domestic use of the Democratic Republic of Congo people, for them to begin to stimulate their own production in their productive sectors for domestic use. You bring the power line through Zambia, You also make sure that the people in Zambia tap into that reality. You bring it through Zimbabwe, the people in Zimbabwe tap into that reality, and ultimately into South Africa. We will be contributing to the reality that Africa is one, and indeed we are going to that direction. We are also alive, Minister, to the possibility that your greatest security in the world is your own people. If we are going to have the power line running from the DRC through Zambia and Zimbabwe and into South Africa, and the people, ordinary people in Zambia and Zimbabwe see the power line crossing, and they can't even relate to what is the meaning of the power line, it does not project as well as South Africa to the continent. And we want to say all the efforts from your department are well appreciated. Minister, there are two things that we must appreciate or get right moving forward. One, we must begin to secure energy generation capacity so that we begin to mitigate the growing demand and stability as we move into the future. And this is one reality that probably DA do not understand. Secondly, that we must begin to we must begin to capacitate our distribution infrastructural channels so as to match the generation capacity vis-a-vis supply and demand. If we are going to get these two things right, Minister, build your generation capacity, make sure that you have enough for your supply, but also make sure that you have enough for your reserves. Secondly, your infrastructural development in terms of your distribution must match the demand and the supply. Then we are going into the right direction. Honorable Chair, I grew up in a mud house. Not even in my wildest dream did I ever dream that one day in my lifetime we will have access to energy. But this ANC-led government made it possible. I heard Honorable Van Lingen, who was here, saying that we are dealing with the matter of the legacy of the ANC-created legacy in this past 17 years. When I grew up, I was told, my mom was told right in her face, that we can't connect power into your house because your house is a mud house. Come 1994, we had power in such a mud house. Honorable Chair, I grew up under such reality, and that's why it is very difficult for me to understand when people choose and pick reality. When you want to come here and say, and some of us, they are sitting here who are celebrating NDP. Now, NDP talks about energy mix. When you want to separate nuclear energy from the energy mix, what are you saying? What is the expression from the NDP? Honorable Minister, we are alive to the reality that achievement of the 5.5 economic growth rests squarely on the energy security, and all efforts are pointing to the positives. We are beginning to record now. To some, this might be nominal, but to us, the commitment to face our challenges demonstrate our passion to address the challenge that we are facing. We want to note progress recorded by the Northern Cape province in being the renewable energy capital of South Africa. If you want to go to Northern Cape today now, in all the, if you want to travel throughout the province, you would see visibly how renewable energy is becoming dominant in the Northern Cape and is beginning to spread throughout the country, and ultimately we will contribute to the continent. And we want to appreciate your efforts in doing that. We call upon those who are involved in this process to be inclusive and to contribute to the skills revolution that we so needed in our glorious country. And in this point, we want to raise it to you, Minister, that there's what we call the Spanish invasion. The Spaniards have came into our country, they have set up the renewable energy plants in your private land, and therefore part of the expectation from the government are not being realized, like how do you contribute to your skills revolution? How do you carry out your social responsibility in the nearby communities? How do you ensure that there's transfer of skill onto those who are, so that when the Spaniards go back home, we have the people in this country who are well capacitated to take care of the program that is there in terms of the renewable energy. And we want to plead, Minister, that there must be engagement with such people so that they begin to understand what is the vision and the mission of the country moving forward. More progress needs to be done in wind generation energy, and we want to welcome what we have seen, that the Swedish are going to be coming down to assist us in this regard. Honorable Chair, we remain unshaken in our quest to guarantee energy security to all South Africans beyond creed or color. The 5-point plan driven by the War Room is an explicit appreciation of the challenges that we are facing, but not limited to. That we shall endeavor to resolve the Eskom challenges as one. That secondly, we will see that the demand side management is addressed. That thirdly, we will explore gas opportunities, and Mozambique is beginning to come. Honorable Chair, I was still coming to the DA and EFF. As I wrap up, Chair, I think the issue with Russia and South Africa, Honorable Minister, is not so much about how nuclear energy is becoming dominant. It's about the jealousy that DA has with relation to former liberation movement being supported
Honorable
by
Tebe,
dominant
your time has
countries in the
expired.
world. And we support the budget vote.
Let me repeat what was said by the Deputy Chair, that once you are there, the watch is there, so you check your time. Honorable Mtileni.
Majambula mane ntsamwashto namperisa lava tricolor kwen namperisa nava endi ala henhla la na vaperisa na vona. Honorable Chairperson, to start with, the EFF does not support the Department of Energy budget vote. Maybe the minister can first explain to the House why the ANC rented a crowd and bussed people to support a protest against an institution it governs. It is the reason why we cannot support. People of Soweto will see through these gimmicks of a confused ANC. Rest assured that they will express their disgust at the ANC and check. You just check in the next local government elections what will actually happen because of your misbehavior and mismanagement in all the departments. Because this time around, rigging will not be part of everything. To everyone else, tariffs of 25.3% requested by Eskom is sickening. It will be a shameful conduct if NERSA even begins to consider it, because the poor and the working South Africans who have to dig deeper into their pockets. And we're not forgetting about the indigent who may not afford this. You are seeking to punish the poor. You are seeking to support the poor. You are seeking to punish the poor for 21 years of ANC mismanagement, of state-owned entities in this particular ANC and Eskom. All you know of, Honorable Minister, are golden handshakes, which you concentrate or you give to executives of, state-owned entities.
Honorable Mtileni. Honorable Makua.
Listen, on a point of order, I think the Honorable Mtileni is misleading the public by talking about ANC entities. The ANC does not own Eskom. Neither are those respected people serving in these agencies pawns of the ANC. They are there because of the merit with which they are appointed.
You have made,
It has been a transparent.
no, Honorable
appointment.
Kua, you have raised your point of order.
I request that Honorable Mteleni withdraws the remarks that these are ANC institutions. They are not.
Who has seconded those people in those positions? Cadre deployment. That's
No.
what I mean. Cadre deployment.
Honorable Mtileni. Honorable Mtileni.
You only seconded ANC people in all those parastatals and.
Honorable Mtileni.
That's why I'm saying ANC entities. Why do you always say ANC-led government and you want to disown this
Are you
one?
going to allow
You
me
cannot,
to-
you cannot
Honorable
disown
Mtileni.
this one.
Are you going to allow me to make a ruling?
Yeah, but you can't disown your entities. Why do you disown them? Make a ruling, Chair.
Honorable Makua, that's a point for debate. Continue, Honorable Mtileni.
Thank you. This is complete contradiction of Section 5 of the National Energy Act, which demand of you, Madam Minister, to provide universal access to appropriate forms of energy. We cannot even ask you, Madam Minister, how are you going to ensure electricity supply as you have identified it as one of your 7 key priority areas, when you don't even know what is happening in Eskom. Load shedding cannot be a permanent feature in the supply of electricity, or non-supply of electricity in your case. It is misguided and unacceptable for the ANC government to tell the nation that it must bear the consequence of your mismanagement and incompetence. The energy crisis the country is facing is a demonstration of incapacity of the ANC to govern and provide energy security. Without electricity, the government will fail to realize any of its industrial policy objectives. Our people want to establish small businesses and secure their economic freedom. But this government and this department are continuing to fail them. They need electricity to operate. You have guaranteed multinational corporations like BHP, Billiton, and sweetheart tariffs deals until 2028, when they fail dismally to comply with the mining charter. The ANC government continues to support the illegal exploitation of natural resources at the expense of poor communities. You continue to support them when they are embroiled in illicit financial flows, transferring profits of tax havens, and eroding government's capacity to provide electricity to the poor. Fragmentation to a point where your department don't know what is happening in the other department does not start at the bottom, but it starts with ministers fighting over crisis management functions. There is a lack of clear, coherent, and coordinated policy between the Department of Energy and the Department of Public Enterprise. Honorable Chair, we are told Eskom does not have money to complete the construction of Medupi and Kusile. Yet the President goes around negotiating nuclear deals, which will paralyze the state budget. I therefore appeal that card fruitless, wasteful, and unauthorized expenditure stop continuing stealing from the government purse and redirect all the funds to Eskom. ANC cadres, why are we not reducing energy used through energy efficiency measures, especially in mining and manufacturing? Why are we not reducing energy?
Honorable Zwane.
On a point of order, Chairperson, Rule 46, the chairperson of the committee clearly explained that Eskom is not the entity of this department, and you keep referring to it. Secondly, the words.
Are you?
No, Honorable Zwane, address me. You can't address.
I'm addressing you, Chair, through you.
Yeah, Honorable Mtileni. In terms of Rule 46, no member may deliberately make a statement in the council which the member knows. So refrain from doing that. Continue.
Thank you so much. Why are we not reducing energy use through energy efficiency measures, especially in mining and manufacturing? Why are we not reducing energy use through energy efficiency measures in homes
Honorable
and commercial
Zwane.
buildings?
Still on the point of order, Chair. I had referred to the word the ANC is stealing. I wanted the honorable member to withdraw it because it's an allegation that is unfounded.
Honorable Mtileni, your time has expired.
No, it hasn't. It hasn't. I'm still left with about 20 seconds here.
No, we don't have
No,
20
it can't
seconds.
expire like that. You have been giving your own people extra time. Let me finish. I only have got 3 sentences. Bear with me. Why is the ANC government reducing the budget allocated for solar water heaters? As long as we continue to see burning coal damage our environment, contradict the iron of the National Energy Act, suffer abuse of sickening tariff increases, and wide nuclear deals are written corruption all over them, the EFF will not support the Department of Energy budget.
No, you can't.
Go. Thank you.
Honorable Mtileni. No order, members. Honorable Mtileni. Honorable Mtileni. Let me address you. You can't do what you did. Imagine if all honorable members will try to do what you are doing. No, I'm saying when your time has expired, there's no need for you to. You are not even recognized. Honorable Mtileni. Honorable Mtileni. Honorable Mtileni, can you take your seat? Honorable Mtileni, can you take your seat? We are not even recognized. When Tebe was here, he was stopped when the time expired. Same with Maku. Let's have the Deputy Minister of Energy, Honorable Machol.
Sestulo, Honorable Chairperson of the Select Committee, Honorable Minister of Energy, and members of the Executive who have departed, members of Parliament, senior officials of the Department of Energies, and members in the gallery. Good afternoon to you all. I would want to begin by stating categorically that transformation is an imperative that we cannot ignore. We ignore it at our own peril. The need for transformation will determine whether we develop or we perish. It is amazing that we're still having to address some of these basic issues 21 years down the line. And it's a little rich for the DA to be the one to tell us about some of these issues when they themselves in the area that they control cannot even handle Africans who are South Africans and refer to them as refugees. The Department of Energy with our partners remains seized and committed to delivering quality services to our people. Energy is central to our developmental goal of a better life to all. To those with access to affordable, accessible, modern energy, it unlocks access to improved quality of life, access to information, and to services. To those who don't have it, don't have access to this, it remains a major constraint. Honorable members, it is true we are facing a challenge in terms of load shedding. Maybe may I remind us all that we have never had blackouts. We are dealing with load shedding. And while this is something that irritates most of us, we must never lose sight of the fact that we have millions of South Africans who do not have access to energy at the switch of a button. We are still in the process of delivering that service to them. And for most of those who don't have this energy resource, they are mainly in the rural areas, and the bulk of
Honorable
them.
Deputy Minister. Honorable Isaac, why are you standing?
Honorable Chairperson, will you please call the Speaker to attention and ask her to refrain from Eskom's issues regarding blackouts and energy and load shedding issues?
No, take your seat. We are
You
out of
spoke about
order.
Eskom. You said
No,
the debate
that is not a
about
point
Eskom.
of order. We are out of order, Honorable Isaac. Take your seat. Continue, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think we have to do some induction in terms of what the role of the Department of Energy is. One of the vehicles that we use to engage our people that maybe honorable members must participate in is our public participation program. A program that ensures that we visit the various communities so that we continuously improve how government services are delivered and received by communities. In the past 8 months, we've interacted with various communities across the length and breadth of our country. We've interacted with the residents of Goso Forest in the Eastern Cape who did not have access to electricity. However, I'm pleased to say today, to announce that the residents of Goso are switched on. The same good story can be told about the residents of Ramufule in Matatiele, who last week switched on the successfully delivered 660 electrical connections in Ward 24. Similar engagements have been held with the residents of Palabora, Mashamba, Mahatrani in Limpopo, Bushbuck Ridge and Nkomazi in Pumalanga, Ulundi, Mtubatuba in KwaZulu-Natal, Grot Mariko in Northwest, Chati Extension and Tabangulu in the Eastern Cape. These engagements have enabled us to address the backlogs, and we do go back to give feedback when there have been challenges that we met. This Friday, honorable member, I would invite you to join me, together with Eskom, local government and provincial government, as we return to Ntabankulu in the Eastern Cape, which is to be followed by a visit to Abakulisi Municipality for a similar exercise. We are focusing our energies on the areas with the largest backlogs. In all these engagements, we've interacted with our people who have reaffirmed their belief in this government, while not hesitating to tell us of our shortcomings in service delivery. This has ensured that we provide the technical and other support to these municipalities to ensure seamless service delivery. We are tackling poverty, unemployment, and inequality through localizing energy initiatives, one project at a time. It is also evident that we are on the right path and will continue rolling out services to our people in a sustained manner, and are determined and committed to reach universal access by 2025 for all our people. Siyakuba. Honorable members, I conclude by reaffirming that together as Team Energy, we remain committed and determined to continue working with Eskom and the Department of Public Enterprises to ensure that our electricity continues to be accessible, affordable, and reliable for both business and our people, to accelerate electrification of households, and to ensure that we address the issue of unfunded posts and the filling of vacant posts within our department, to ensure the strategic plans of our state-owned companies are aligned to those of the DOE. Ke a leboga.
Thank you. Honorable Letty.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson.
As a representative of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, I can see the effect of our energy crisis has on our people every day. In the face of that reality, it is quite incredible to listen to Minister Tina Joemat-Pettersson saying the energy crisis creates opportunities. As with every other denial of the ANC government, it is the poor people that suffer the most when our country faces a new crisis. The energy crisis destroys jobs, and the energy crisis is destroying our economy. And this while the ANC is trying to beautify the energy crisis. It is taking away job opportunities, Minister Peterson, and not creating opportunities for jobs. And these opportunities, job opportunities that have been taken away at a time where unemployment is already record high. The energy crisis disrupts learning at a time where our schools already are on the bottom of the international school rankings. The energy crisis creates opportunities for crimes to commit crime, which is evident in our poor communities when there is load shedding. And this is the only time that I agree with Minister Peterson. The energy crisis creates opportunities for criminals to commit crime. Chairperson, this is a real crisis. The energy crisis is busy compromising and destroying the socio-economic landscape of our economy. The IRP plan outlines the electricity mix for South Africa, which is supposed to be updated every 2 years. It has not been updated since 2010. This is very overdue. The price of electricity has changed dramatically in this time. And the breaking news last week, Wednesday, was a 25.3% hike. Opportunity? No. This is an opportunity to deepen the crisis of the energy crisis. This is an opportunity where our economy was driven into the IC unit. An updated IRP is urgently required to remodel the most cost-effective mix of electricity options. This remodeling could exclude nuclear and dramatically increase renewable energy and gas. Gas will complement the increased renewable energy allocation. Deputy Chairperson, energy is key for our country to deliver on the goals of the National Development Plan, to create jobs. To achieve that, we need to construct infrastructure to import liquefied natural gas and increasing exploration to find domestic gas feedstock to diversify the energy mix and reduce carbon emissions. And this is also to procure at least 20,000 megawatts of renewable energy by 2030. To procure renewable energy by 2030, we have to import electricity from the region, and we have also have to create 11,000 megawatts of aging coal-fired power stations and stepping up investment in energy efficiency and improve the energy efficiency of mining and mineral processing by 15% by 2030. Gas turbines can be invested in incrementally to match demand growth. The unit capital cost for gas turbines are cheaper. They are more easily financed, and they are more able to adjust their outputs to make up for the shortfall from variable renewable energy sources. Deputy Chairperson, the Western Cape government is not going to wait for national government to act. The DA Western Cape government will therefore continue to foster the supply of alternative energy, and our work on landing liquefied natural gas in our province continues. The Western Cape has applied for designation of the Atlantis Special Economic Zone. The draft regulation for the Special Economic Zone applications has recently opened for comment, and we will follow this process closely. The DA provincial government is cooperating with municipalities, particularly in the areas of waste to energy, such as the smart grid pilot in Drakenstein. Deputy Chairperson, for the Western Cape government, energy is key to poverty alleviation and job creation. We are also driving an initiative to create economic growth and job creation in the province in partnership with the private sector. This process is known as Project Kalusa. Project Kalusa is one of the game changers for the Western Cape government, and another game changer is to stabilize the supply of energy. The Western Cape government and the City of Cape Town and businesses in the province are working closely together to find solutions to minimize the impact of load shedding on our economic growth. This follows the two government selection of achieving energy security as a game changer over the next 5 years. These two governments have also worked on a number of potential solutions with businesses and are currently holding further discussions. Solutions include proposals on the management of load shedding, rooftop PV, energy efficiency, independent power producers, and power purchasing agreements. Deputy Chairperson, Minister Jumat Peterson is wrong. This is not a crisis that creates opportunities. The energy crisis is fatal. In February this year, a Bloemfontein man connected to 2 oxygen machines died, allegedly after Eskom implemented rolling blackouts twice in 1 day. Are we busy threatening the constitutional right to life? Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa said that other countries also have energy problems, but that we as South Africa, the South African government, have a plan. The question, Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, is what is this plan other than raising the cost of energy with more than 25%? It has taken the ANC more than 20 years to come up with a plan, but we still don't know what that plan is. The only plan is rolling notices on our TV screens with load shedding notices. But Deputy Chairperson, where the ANC fails, the DA delivers. That's why the DA have contingency plans and was able to keep the lights on in Cape Town when the rest of the country was going dark on Saturday, the 20th of June. Deputy Chairperson, the energy crisis escalated into a right for life crisis. It is now a Bill of Rights issue. As announced by Minister Jumat Peterson here today, that the world will descend on the soil of our beautiful country to attend a renewable energy conference. No, they are coming here to our beautiful country because they are worried about our energy crisis. They are coming to advise the minister and a government on how you can get the energy crisis out of the ICU. Minister Peterson, you are wrong. The energy crisis does not create opportunities, but destruction. I thank you.
Councillor Forte.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister and Deputy Minister, Honourable Members, ladies and gentlemen, local government in South Africa has contributed to the achievement of a number of significant social and economic development advances since the ushering in of the democratic municipal dispensation in December 2000. The majority of our people have increased access to a wide range of basic services, including energy and electricity. More opportunities have been created for their participation in the economy of these sectors. In the past 15 years, local government has been strategically positioned as a key platform for redistribution, predominantly through equitable service delivery. New energy legislation post-1994 also generated a new role for local government. The shift from conventional supply-side approaches towards a greater emphasis on demand-side management and sustainable development leads policy to implementation of actions located in the local government sphere. Energy access for all, building efficiency, rollout of efficient water heating in the residential sector is but to name a few. The Department of Energy is currently finalizing the integrated energy plan, which informs the future energy mix of the country going forward. This plan is welcomed with the hope that this will clearly outline and articulate the role of local government in future programs and the implementation cascading down to the integrated resource plan for electricity. Honorable Chairperson, the implementation of the Renewable Energy Independent Power Program, that's a long acronym, REIPPP, which is a build, own, and operate type of public-private partnership, and its progress so far is commended. Since its inception, the REIPPP has been more focused at a national level, where Eskom is an off-taker and the buyer of the produced renewable energy. Some municipalities have participated in this program, have been involved only in the wheeling of the power to the Eskom grids and not as off-taker. While the South African government has recorded good progress in this program, in the near future, if not already, Eskom may be constrained where the grid, network availability, and capacity is concerned. The Department of Energy needs to start formulating plans to roll out programs at local government level. Rolling out this program at local government level may create a number of opportunities for municipalities in the infrastructure development, job creation, and upskilling of the municipality's technical employees, namely the engineers, the technicians, and the artisans, etc. So far, all these benefits and opportunities have only been recorded within Eskom. Eskom is a national utility appointed to buy the renewable energy, and the REIPPP is allowed to recover through its tariffs some of the funds to develop their infrastructure, with the aim to integrate the renewable energy into their developed grids. This only being a national program, and Eskom being the only off-taker, also poses a missed opportunity for municipalities to develop and further expand their infrastructure to create capacity to integrate the renewable energy into their networks. Honorable Chairperson, the finalization of the National Energy Efficiency and its action plan is also welcome. It should, however, be emphasized that a strategy in terms of its implementation or action plan must comprise of simple or not so complicated frameworks for access to funds, more especially for smaller and incapacitated municipalities. History has shown that the success of such strategy implementation is purely dependent on the nature of the action plans or implementation frameworks, whether they are simple or complex. The strategy needs to be clear on the role of local government or the municipalities. The previous energy efficiency demand-side management program that was implemented through Eskom proved challenging for implementation at a municipal level. We further welcome the Department of Energy has taken over the solar water heater program, which was previously within Eskom. This is good news for municipalities because it means that they will be able to access the funds directly from the department. It is also emphasized that a straightforward framework with less bureaucracy to access funds must be put in place and ensure that the framework in itself doesn't delay the implementation of the projects, which may lead to the funds being returned to the fiscus purely because of the constraints emanating from the complexity of the frameworks put in place in order to access these funds. Honorable Chairperson, SALGA welcomes the Department of the Energy's pronouncement of the 2 billion, I nearly say 3, of the 2 billion for the Integrated National Electrification Program to be allocated to municipalities for the 2015-16 financial year. It is our respectful view that we will continue working with the department, Eskom, and other stakeholders in ensuring that municipalities deliver in contributing to the attainment of the set new households connection targets as envisaged. by the new electrification roadmap for South Africa. We also recommend that the department, just like a model of the INEP, engage on funding projects for alternative energy bulk infrastructure at a municipal level. Eskom is currently having financial challenges and network constraints to some level. The development of infrastructure for the integration of alternative or renewable energy into the municipal grids and networks where there is capability may be a missed opportunity for the country if further ignored.
Sorry. Honorable Kaula.
No, thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I just wanted to find out if it's parliamentary for the presiding officer to go to sleep in the chair.
Can you continue?
In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, the Integrated Resource Plan of 2010 gives direction to national energy investment and development and has substantial policy implications for local government. Local government forms the largest consumer wedge in the national demand forecasts. It is therefore imperative to also include a detailed analysis of municipal strategies and targets relating to demand and the potential of energy efficiency. Transmission and distribution capacity modeling should also be taken into consideration as it has an impact on areas such as embedded generation, efficiency, and demand management. These national policy and program developments illustrate the need for greater consistency and understanding in the approach to local government, particularly the large metros, which have a considerable role to play in the national energy picture. Honorable Chairperson, we also applaud the department in ensuring the finalization of, among other things, the Integrated Energy Plan, the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill, and the National Energy Regulator Amendment Bill on its legislative program for the 2015-16 financial year. And in closing, Honorable Minister, we'd like for an extension of the invitations for the seminar that will be held in Cape Town to Selga.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Mtileni, why are you standing?
No, there's a point of order which was raised. And I see you're just keeping quiet. You're not responding to the House. Is it because it is about yourself that you are keeping quiet?
No, he was. It was not a point of order. It was not a point of order.
So why are you keeping
Can you take
quiet?
your seat, Honorable Mtileni? I've made a ruling. It was not a point of order. Honorable Faber.
Agbare voorsitter, minister, lede en gaste. Minister, Eskom is besig alweer met hulle prysverhogings met elektrisiteitstariewe van 25% vir hierdie jaar. NERSA moet mooi dink voor hulle so totale verhoging goedkeur, wat reeds die vuisvoersverbruiker totaal plat slaan. Indien 'n mens na die verhoging gaan kyk en sien dat Eskom die geld in 8 maande wil verhaal, na die einde van sy boekjaar, werk die begroting in werklikheid op 31,5% uit. U weet dit. Meneer Molema het gesê dat indien die verhoging nie toegestaan word nie, daar selfs meer kragonderbreking sal wees. Dis nou natuurlik seker dreigemente vir NERSA en vir ons verbruikers om toe te gee. 'n beraamde 15 biljoen word benodig vir die 2000 megawatt dieselkragopwekkers ten tye van beurtkrag. Die realiteit is dat Eskom sowat 11,4 miljard rand bespaar het, omdat hy minder steenkool verbrand het, weens agterstallige instandhouding, maar dit weet ons almal ook. Dit is dus duidelik dat die besparing van steenkoolverbranding goeds moes misgekyk word, wanneer daar gekyk word na die verhoging van tussen 11 en 15 miljard te dek vir dieselkragopwekking. Dan minister, so van werkskeping gepraat. Suid-Afrika kry ongeveer 1400 gegradueerde ingenieurs by elke jaar in ons eie universiteite, wat deur Eskom byvoorbeeld in diens geneem kan word en verder daar opgelei word. Maar weer eens hardloop ons ANC Cuba toe om ingenieurs in te voer, imports, grey imports dink ek. Die Kubaanse ingenieurs se kwalifikasies word ook nie eers deur CESA erken nie, wat deel vorm van die Washington Accord nie. Dit is 'n internasionale geakkrediteerde kwalifikasie. Kubaanse ingenieurs beskik dit nie, dit word nie aanvaar nie. Die situasie bekommer selfs die CESA president Ibitela, maar ons minister Pieters steur daar nie daaraan nie. Is dit nie tyd dat ons na ons eie mense omsien nie en werk aan ons eie mense bied nie, veral met ons werkloosheidssyfers? Waarom kyk die regering nie na gas nie? 100 triljoen kubieke voet gas in die sogenaamde offshore Rwombo Basin. Mosgas het begin met 1 biljoen kubieke ton gas. Sasol is reeds besig om gas van Mosambiek in te voer deur 865 km pypleiding. Waarom werk ons nie met ons Mosambiekse mense langs ons nie? Wat is die rede wat u na Rusland toe hardloop? Selfs Frankryk se nuclear power is goedkoper, minister. Die eintlike vraag is, u moet vir ons antwoord. Vandag, ek wens ek het meer tyd gehad, want ek sien hierso op Gwede Mentasha, die nuwe minister van energie, wil ook gedeeltes van Eskom blykbaar privatiseer. Dan weet hy ook nie meer wat hy wil privatiseer nie. Eintlik moet die ANC met sy teenstrydighede binne homself en sy affiliate maar handdoek ingooi en finishing. En dan moet hulle net weet,
your time. Your time has expired.
Die DA verdien, die Suid-Afrika verdien beter.
Honorable Kaula.
Honorable House Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, the country is currently experiencing a problem of load shedding and power outages. Part of a contribution to this problem was the delay by Eskom to attend to refurbishing the aging infrastructure on time. The issue of aging infrastructure has today become one of the major challenges for the department and the country. Poor planning and poor management is also a concern. One hopes that the changes that have been effected in some of these institutions concerned will bring adequate leadership that will have a necessary foresight into the issues. For example, Team Energy through Eskom gets into long-term contracts with coal suppliers for the plants. Some of these plants are the ones having aging infrastructure. When operations have to grind to a standstill, on the other hand, Team Energy still continues to pay and stock coal that is unused. As a result, Team Energy through Eskom has got millions of tons of coal that remain unused in their stock because of poor planning. When Medupi was kick-started, timeframes were laid down. In accordance with these timeframes, Team Energy through Eskom contracted Exaro for the supply of coal. Billions of rands have been spent for coal that should have been utilized from 2 years ago, which is lying there unused in the stockpiles, all because of poor planning. The continuous rise of electricity prices to a point of unaffordability to the indigent is also a concern. As electricity tariffs go up, the demand for installation and usage gets affected. The department has identified 7 key priority areas for forecast during this financial year. Amongst these is electricity supply, which is a good thing. The department has set as its target 20,000 households with non-grid electrification. The department has also put 45,141 targets for the installation of solar water heating units in residential and commercial sectors. The department plans to build 6 new bulk substations and upgrade 8 additional substations. Lastly, on the targets, the department plans to electrify with grid electrification 260,000 households during 2015-16 financial year. These are really ambitious targets to a department that has done not so good in the past. Be that as it may, the issue is we still need to be given information, or an Honorable Deputy Minister, as to where will all this work be taking place. and relevant select committees will need to monitor the implementation and achievements on these plans. In respect of meeting timeframes and targets on clear energy, we do need to improve as a country. Even in respect of this one, there are targets that the department has set which will have to be monitored. Most of us were shocked, Honorable Minister, when the Minister did an about 10 on the issue of the board and CEO at Ngaka. This was within a period of not more than 4 weeks. One hopes that the Minister's about 10 was not forced by instructions from above in order to benefit certain people, because this is what was reported in the media on the issue. One also hopes that relations have returned to normal for all concerned at Ngaka. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Mtimunye.
Honorable House Chair, shall I join the other speakers earlier this day and say all protocol observed? Shall I also join you, Honorable Chair, to make reference to this colossus of our own African soil, produced by the disciplined forces of the left, Amilcar Cabral? And I quote, "Every generation must identify its mission, fulfill it, or betray it," close quotes. So the ANC, together with the people of South Africa, have identified a mission, and it gravitates towards achieving that particular mission. Shall I also, with your permission, Honorable House Chair, make reference to the NEC Lekgotla recommendations, the NEC of the ANC earlier this year? And here are the recommendations of the NEC of the ANC. That for us to address the challenges of energy supply in our country, we need to expedite all viable options to increase supply in medium term, for example, additional open cycle gas turbines, renewable independent power producers, and cogeneration, among others. Assess ways of reducing demand which have low economic impact. Assess maintenance practices. Provide a financial support package to Eskom to address stress caused by the overruns on the building program, and also establish a war room to drive progress, and that war room is currently managed or led by the Deputy President of the country. Ensuring sustainable solutions that will move towards cost-reflective tariffs. And so, who in their right mind, Honorable House Chair, can dare say or challenge me when I say this is indeed a good story to tell? Can I, with your permission, Honorable House Chair, present a synopsis of a little balance sheet around energy supply and demand in our country? The origins of electricity supply industry in the first years of the 20th century, for example, were driven by the needs of booming mining industry. Later, the development of local nuclear capacity reflected concerns for power supply security. In the 1950s, the apartheid government decided to develop a synthetic petroleum industry as a response to threat to crude oil imports. Today, the ANC government focuses on widening household access to electricity, making modern energy services more equitable and also affordable for the poor, increasing empowerment of the disadvantaged in the energy sector. The sector remains at the heart of the structural developments in the economy. The energy sector has supported major investment in heavy industry and mining, which shape the economic and energy structure of the country. And much of the manufacturing sector is also linked to mining activities through mineral beneficiations and metal production. All these activities are energy intensive, relying on the availability of coal for electricity production. One of the most active arenas of change have been to shift the programs of the state towards the reconstruction and development of our country, with a particular focus on the poor and the marginalized. To eliminate poverty and provide access to housing, water, electricity, sanitation, education, health, social protection, and support to the millions deprived of these basic rights under apartheid. The apartheid state's planned consignment of all African people to homelands was only partially successful, as many African people lived in township and informal settlement on the outskirts of South African cities. Most remained isolated in the underdeveloped homelands, trapped in vicious cycle of abject poverty and unemployment. The impact of apartheid spatial patterns also continues to be felt to this day. Most blacks were not provided with access to basic municipal services such as electricity. In the homelands, these municipal services were often non-existent. In black urban areas, if they did exist, they often did not meet basic needs and were often intermittent in nature. So, Chairperson, Honorable Van Lingen, representing the DA, in her right mind, have an audacity on behalf of the Democratic Alliance to challenge the ANC on the issues of affordable electricity vis-à-vis privatization. And this, to me, sounds very strange when it comes from a representative of a DA. My response to this, Chairperson, is that Honorable Van Lingen cannot hunt with the hunters and run with the rabbits. It cannot happen in real life. From where I stand,
Honorable Mtimunye, Honorable Van Lingen.
Chairperson, whenever any of us use the word like puppet or dog or anything like that, it's ruled unparliamentary. I ask you to rule this expression unparliamentary, please.
Which expression, Honorable Van Lingen?
He said, I'm running with the dogs and I'm hunting with the rabbits.
Order.
And run with the runners.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Van Lingen.
Chairperson, am I a rabbit?
No, I'm making a
Am I a
ruling.
dog?
Allow me to make a ruling.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm making a ruling. I think I have to get the context of it, and it can be done through Hansard. But let's allow him to continue. Take your seat.
Chair, did
Continue,
you not
Honorable
hear?
Timoy.
Did you not hear?
Thank you,
I
House
think
Chair.
William has asked you to wake up.
No, I heard the rabbits and Honorable Timoy, continue.
thank you, Honorable House Chair. Again, Honorable Van Lingen, Honorable House Chair, make reference to the ANC being biased to a chosen few in her own words. History shall absolve my ANC like it did many periods in history, Chairperson. This movement of the people, the ANC, has been always biased to the poor. And history, and that is on record in history. Honorable Van Lingen continues again to say or to suggest that the ANC-led government or the Department of Energy must suspend its constitutional obligation of service delivery just because it is pre-election period. I think again, Honorable Van Lingen, one cannot hunt with the hunters and run with the rabbits. My ANC, through historical record, the history lie bare that this is the people's movement that is biased to the poor. In my final analysis, Honorable House Chair, again, the rejectionist of note that we have begun to see in the previous election.
Honorable Mtimunye, sorry. Honorable Faber, why are you standing?
Honorable Chair, I would really love to ask this Member of Parliament a question, which I know you'll be able to answer.
No. Let me first ascertain whether it's ready to take that. Are you ready to take a question?
I always take questions from Honorable Faber, and he knows when I take questions from him, not here.
No, it's not ready. Take your seat, Honorable Faber.
In that BMW at Pulukwane Airport.
Honorable Mtimunye, sorry. Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. On a point of order, Honorable Faber has just addressed Honorable Mtimunye as this member. He is Honorable Mtimunye.
Honorable Faber.
Honourable Chair, I will then refer to that honourable member.
Continue, Honorable Mtimonyi.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Again, through Honorable Mutileni, the EFF rejection of note, with concocted anger, that is not original, so suspicious of being funded, come here and again reject the budget as usual, when they say they have the interest of the working class at heart as an organization. Is this not self-contradictory of that which they claim to represent, Honorable House Chair? Vanekuthiwe ngesikhethu emhlali ngaphambili zinqunywa amakhanda ziyekwe. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Energy, Matt Peterson.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for those responses. I will definitely take it into account when we do our following planning session. Thank you to the Select Committee on Economic and Business Development. The inputs have really been well received. Honorable Linton, you are concerned about there not being any opportunities, but then you go on a long rant about liquefied natural gas that will be developed, Atlantis Special Economic Zone that will be developed, all by the ANC government. And if these are not opportunities, then what are they? We do not wish to wish away or wipe away the problems. We acknowledge that there are problems, but then there are equal opportunities. Building the gas backbone of our country has now become a priority, which it wasn't a few years ago. So the gas to power procurement, if you haven't listened, please listen now, I'm repeating it. We've announced 3,126 megawatts of gas that will be procured. Now that is already there, you may have missed it, sorry, but the opportunity is still there. Run, it's an opportunity. You are speaking of energy security as a game changer. It is a game changer. The biofuels regulations, it is there. We have struggled for it for years. Now it has come together, and it will be. And please, if you are not together, then that is your problem. I cannot now implement an IRP 2013, which in 2013 did not spell out the difficulties that we were going to have in 2015. If it was a document which told us that we were going to have these problems in 2015, it would have been worth implementing. So how do you implement something which doesn't tell you about the challenges which you currently face? The Ministerial Advisory Committee is advising me on what to do with the Energy Master Plan, the Integrated Energy Plan, and the IRP. It will be IRP 2015, IRP 2016, which speaks to the current challenges we have as a country. The opportunities for local government at the municipal level, we will engage with municipalities and SALGA in particular on the details of working with municipalities. On the social responsibility of the IPPs, 19.1 billion will be available. 6 billion of this will be used for enterprise development, and specific focus will be paid and attention will be paid for the youth and with women. Now this IPP, Renewable Energy IPP program, which is over the next 20 years, will cost the taxpayer. And it's going to cost the taxpayer in billions and in trillions. But we don't have a problem because it is wind and solar. So what is your real problem with nuclear energy? The Western Cape runs its energy on nuclear energy of Cuba. It is one of the cheapest sources of energy in our country right now. So if we could run a very efficient and effective nuclear energy program through Cuba and through Pelindaba, Are you saying that now suddenly, because there's a black government, we cannot run nuclear energy? Your inferences are racist to the extreme. We did not give you a funding or a financial model, yet you are complaining about a financial model. You were complaining about the Russians. Is this the fear you have that the Russians liberated you? The Russians did not just assist the ANC. The Russians liberated you. DA, historically white advantaged people of this country. The Russians assisted us in fighting apartheid, and the Russians will assist us in developing our energy program for our future prosperity. This prosperity, this better life for all, will not be developed by the Americans. It will be developed by our friends. We know who our friends are. I thank you.
Thank you. Let me take this opportunity to thank Salga, the special delegate, deputy minister, for availing yourself for this budget debate, and all honorable members. That concludes the business of the day. Honorable members, you are requested to remain standing until the procession has left the chamber. The house is adjourned.